Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the chat. As you've just seen, we've got a new feature on the channel that we're going to be running every week. Basically, our hostess with the mostest, Andy, is going to be describing her new outfit for you every week. You've just seen her first one, so take it away, Andy, and tell them what your outfit actually is.
Well, I took a literal leaf out of Rose's book from Above Paranormal and ordered myself a lovely ivy leaf dress from Wish, and I think it's absolutely fetching. As you can see, I'm modelling it all for you tonight.
Right, what we will be doing from now on, that will be going in its own separate playlist once the stream's over, and we'll get a right collection of them going as the weeks go on. From what Andy's been telling me, he's got some really racy ones he's got planned. So,
I have. You'll love them. You'll love them.
So you can look forward to that every Sunday before we start the card readings.
Oh dear.
Just all look forward to Naturist Week outfit. Right, Andy, who have we got first on the list?
Right, first up on the list is Jackie.
Oh, it looks like you got some popularity in the chat there, Andy. So who is it?
Jackie, first on the list.
Jackie, okay. Okay, Jackie, past, present, future, final outcome. Hi, Tracy. Right, we'll start with the first card, which is your past, which, as you can see, is the Nine of Swords. Now, for me, that always represents, as the card depicts, staying up, worrying over things. So, recently, I'm going to say there's been some sort of situation going on surrounding you that's been causing you a few sleepless nights. I would say, because it's next to an emotion card, that it is not as bad as you think it is. It is a little bit more of, I would say you're worrying that the situation is possibly worse than you think it is. Quite an interesting one, sitting next to a cups. Not really getting much off this one, Jackie, apart from the worrying aspect of the card. So what it is saying is there has definitely been this aspect of worry that's been going on recently in the past. And by the past, I would say the last couple of months. I know the situation that's going on at the moment all around the world, and that's causing everybody to worry. But this is just a little bit more than that, because it's shown up as as something significant in the reading of one of the four cards. It could also show that you are somebody who tends to worry over things a little bit more than you should do, or possibly you have been worrying about a person within your social circle, and by that I would say family and outer social circle, as in friends and acquaintances. But there is definitely that element of worry that's sitting here in the past at the moment, Tracy, and I can't quite pin down what it is just yet. Moving into your future it's the interesting one, because you have got there the Four of Cups. Now the Four is a really interesting card, because I always say that that card where the hand is offering the cup out of the cloud, I always see the cloud as a signifier of an unexpected gift type of thing. And because it's the Cups card, it's saying an unexpected gift on an emotional level. So there is definitely emotional support there at the moment. But oddly enough, I'm getting off this card that this isn't you receiving emotional support. I'm getting that you are the cloud offering the cup to somebody else. So whether it's linking back to this thing you've been worrying about, but you are definitely at the moment within your present going to become significantly important to somebody. I would think probably a family member I'm getting here, Jackie, rather than the wider circle of things, but you know, there is definitely the need for emotional support there for somebody that is very close to you, and you are the one to give it. There are others there, as represented by the 3 cups sitting in front of him, who are also as a support framework. But I think you are going to be, good evening Stephen, you are going to be the person who gives them the support unlooked for, if you know what I mean. I think this person is expecting the help to come from somewhere else, but you are most definitely going to be the one to give them this support. And I think it links back to that worry, that first card, Jackie, where there's the worry, and it, you know, I do get the fact that it does feel to me like it's emotional worry rather than intellectual worry. You know, it's definitely concerns of the heart rather than concerns of the head. But it is moving into the process now where this worry has got to be put into a positive aspect, and you've got to start using it to benefit somebody within your family. I even get the feeling it will probably be a male member of the family rather than a female member of the family. Somebody who tends normally to be quite stable and laid back and not show their worry. But hi Selena, but this person definitely needs your support now, and the cards are pointing to that. Now moving into the future, you've got excuse me, the 8 of Wands. Now the 8 of Wands signifies the physical, as in the body and the physical world, and because they're sloping down, to me that is showing decline. And I think this one is coming as an advisory, Jackie, because I think what this third card is saying, relating back to the previous 2, is it is vitally important that you offer this person this emotional support, because otherwise their health is going to suffer for it in the future. That it's definitely one of these things where somebody is hiding something from you at the moment, but you're about to discover it, and you're about to become a little bit of an emotional crutch to somebody. Do not shy away from it, because the future, which to me is coming as an advisory card, is saying if you do not act upon it and offer this support, then this person will suffer as a result of not getting the help and the advice that they can get off you. I also get the impression that they need a little bit of advice from you in life experience matters, because it's the Wands, and the Wands are the earth element, and to me the earth always represents common sense and grounded people, so it's like life experience advice they need as well. But there is definitely this need for this emotional crutch with this person, and you are the one to give it. But please, please, please do listen very carefully to what people are saying around you at the moment, because they may not come straight out with it and tell you that they need the help. It is going to be up to you to spot the signs and step in there. It may appear that they are well supported, as is signified by those 3 cards, but they definitely aren't. There is something that you can offer this person on an emotional level that will be really, really beneficial to them. Right, now your final outcome is the Moon. Now, because of your last 3 cards, I'm not getting that this is the negative aspects of the Moon. I am getting all the positive aspects of the Moon. I'm getting the neutral aspect of the Moon card on this one. Because the Moon is neutral, it can be one of 3 states, and the impression I'm getting off this card at the moment is that the Moon is actually it's in its neutral aspect. Now what that means is, between those 2 dogs there is a pathway leading off into the distance between the 2 towers towards the Moon. Now to me that always signifies that there's a path to be walked, but it is one of balance, because both the dogs and the towers represent positive and negative, good and bad sort of thing. So it's very important that you do maintain balanced outlook over the coming months, and I would say this is going to be over a significant part of the year, to be honest with you. But you're going to have to maintain this sense of balance. You've definitely got a path to walk, Jackie, but it's going to be a very finely balanced path. The crayfish at the bottom, which a lot of people think is a lobster, signifies things creeping up on you out of the unknown. And again, this is reinforcing this, be careful of the path you walk, because you don't know what's creeping up behind you if you concentrate on too many things. So just maintain this a balanced aspect in everything you do at the moment, because it's going to be very important over the next, and I would say probably 8 months, to be honest with you, Jackie, at least 8 months, if not the entire year, that there is going to be this bit of a balancing act that you're doing. But overall, not a bad reading, but I think that this reading is more coming to tell you that somebody within the family needs help, or is about to need help. They need a bit of emotional support, and they need for you to recognise this fact. So I hope that helped, Jackie. That's that one, Andy.
That's that one done, mate.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Maureen spending her points already. Look, big spender. Right, is it Jane next?
Next up is Jane, yeah.
Oh, hang on, it's just said be right back. Right, do you want to do the next one on the list, and then we'll jump back to back to Jane on the next one, because it looks like it just popped away.
Yeah, can do. Next one on the list is Sam.
Sam. Okay, Sam. You're welcome, Jackie. God, I'd have fell off the sofa then if that had been the High Priestess. Right, Sam, really interesting. You have got 3 major arcana cards all running consecutively, past, present and future. Really interesting reading, this one. Right, we will start with the past, which is the Chariot. Now, the Chariot is always signified as movement, control, decisions, good and bad. In this respect, I'm getting the feeling that recently things have been a little bit all over the place with you at the moment, as the black and white sphinxes are actually pulling apart in that picture, and that is what is attracting me to the card at the moment, is those 2 sphinxes, which is making me think that there's been a little bit of turmoil recently within your past, where you ain't quite known what you're doing. You felt like you're being pulled in many different directions. It is also a decision card. It does signify decisions, but decisions that you've got control over, and I would say that recently you've had to make some, and I'd go as far as to say probably life-changing decisions have recently been made. They are going to be extremely important because they're leading on to your present card, so those are being indicated in your past. Again, because you can see the driver has got the reins on the 2 sphinxes, it is saying that these decisions you've made have definitely been ones that you have been fully in control of. It is not something that's been going on that's out of your control as such, but it has been to the point where even if the situation has come up unexpected, or it appears to be out of control, you have managed to keep your hands on the reins, so to speak, and forge a path ahead. But definitely, Sam, I'm getting this element in the recent past of this. There's a lot of I'd say opposing forces. It's the best way to put it. Things pulling in opposite directions, almost like trying to shove 2 poles of a magnet together when the magnet pushes apart, that kind of thing. And that is what that card signifies. But it does also say that you have maintained some control over it during the entire time, because the Chariot does signify control over your own decisions and your own destiny. So even though life's been a bit of a turmoil recently in the past, you have managed to keep your hands on the reins and keep yourself going along okay. Right, now moving on to your present. This is really interesting, Sam, and this is why I was saying I'd have fell off the sofa if your last card had been the Hierophant, because this reading is telling a story. Because at the moment you're now moving into the phase of the Hierophant, sometimes called the Pope. Now, the Hierophant signifies knowledge bestowed. So it always makes me think that now is the time to start researching things and learning new things, because the card is indicating that your current present is the time where new skills are going to be learned. The two people at the bottom, I always, even though it looks like the Hierophant is preaching down to them, in this respect I see that they are preaching to you. That is what I'm getting off this card. So basically I will say that there is knowledge to be learnt out there for you right now, but it is going to come from multiple sources. And when I say multiple, it could be 2, it could be 20, I don't know. But it is definitely not coming from a single source. But there is definite knowledge to be had there, Sam, now, and it is going to come in large quantities. It's something I think it's something you haven't touched on at the moment in regards to what you do within your life, or it may be something that you've only, very lightly brushed on. But it is definitely a sign of new knowledge. It is also a slightly weaker version of the High Priestess, so it can be of a paranormal or supernatural nature. So I know you've got an interest in that, so whether the knowledge is referring to something of a paranormal nature or whether it's just referring to knowledge in general, I'm not quite sure, but it is definitely, most definitely, a sign that now is the time to learn this knowledge. So keep your ears open for Sam, for people who are willing to offer you bits of advice and bits of knowledge on things. It's going to be down to you. Yeah, it's the Rider-Waite deck. It's going to be down to you to sift through the information and sort the wheat from the chaff, Sam. But because it's the Hierophant, I will say to you on a general basis, most of what you get will be genuine advice, because the Hierophant is always a positive advisor. Now moving on to the future, you've got the Hermit. Now the Hermit represents a few things. One, it signifies self-reliance and being on your own, but it also signifies going on a new spiritual or journey in regards to beliefs. So I think whatever this knowledge is that you're going to pick up now, again, and you've had this come through your cards before, where there is this journey of beliefs and and spirituality. So this knowledge is definitely going to set you on a path, and that is to come in the future. What you learn now is important to what is going to affect you in the future. The lamp is like illumination, and to me that is saying that you are going to have some kind of epiphany by what you learn. It is literally going to be an explosion of a belief system or explosion of knowledge, but you are going to get an epiphany in whatever subject it is this knowledge comes from, the source of this knowledge and what it covers. You're going to get to the point where you're going to be quite knowledgeable on this subject. Now, leading on to your final card, you have got the pentagrams. Now, ignore the pentagrams. What's jumping out at me on this picture is the actual image of the card itself with this one. Even though that's a material card with the pentacles, I can see there is what is going to happen after you've processed all this information. It's going to be a complete turnaround from the Hierophant, and where you were the student of this knowledge is eventually going to lead to you being the teacher of this knowledge, and you are represented by the guy who's standing up in the picture holding the balance scales, and that shows that you are going to be very impartial with what you do. There's going to be no bias there or no slant on it. You are going to be a teacher of fact. Again, it's reinforcing this fact of sorting the wheat from the chaff, but you are definitely going to become a teacher of some. And when I say teacher, I don't say you're going to go into school and start teaching kids, but you are definitely going to take a path overall in life where you become an educator for other people, most definitely. But the scales themselves represent that it is impartial learning, so there is no bias or slant on it whatsoever. You will teach things that are entirely factual as far as you believe. There'll be no fancy covering things up or embellishing things. You are one of these people who will actually be straight down the line with your teachings. But it is going to be, you're going to become really important to quite a number of people, Sam, with the knowledge you learn, because you are eventually going to pass it on. And I hope that helps. That's quite an interesting reading, that one.
Mm.
You'll have to excuse me, folks, if I ain't really commenting in the chat, because I don't really take much notice of the chat while I'm doing this. I am Kat. Right, is Jane back in the chat?
Yeah, Jane's back in.
Okay, we'll do Jane now then. Oh God, a renewal of the physical and renewal of the material. A renewal with the Empress. Oh, I'm being stabbed to death by a lot of swords. Okay, Jane, quite interesting with this. You've got one major arcana which is sitting in the future, so that is basically saying that within this reading, what is to come is going to be the biggest emphasis. What is really interesting about this reading overall is that you have got 3 cards there, one after the other, that all signify beginnings and renewal in whatever, you know, in various aspects of life. So so overall this reading is one of renewal. Now we'll start it with the past, and you have got the Ace of Wands. Now, like I say, the wands represent the physical, as in the body and physical things, and it is a sign of renewal. So I would say recently, I don't know whether you've been on an elf push or whether you've been thinking about going on an elf push, but generally in yourself on an elf wise, there has been that feeling surrounding you of improvement and renewal and regrowth. Very interesting reading this, because you've got a very strong emphasis on renewal right the way through this reading until your final outcome. I would say that I don't know how in your more recent, in your more distant past, I don't know if there was some health issue or whatever. I've no idea, but what this is saying is in your recent past there has definitely been an improvement in health and things of a physical nature, because the ace is the start of this particular suit, and the wands always represent earth and, you know, elemental things and stuff, like, you know, the earth element itself. But it is definitely a renewal on the physical plane, and I always tend to associate it with health more than anything else. Oddly enough, you've got it coming out of the clouds, so, you know, when I said, you know, have you been on an elf push? You may have been, but it could also signify that this was an improvement unlooked for. But there is definitely this sense of renewal in the recent past. Now, what is interesting now is leading into the present, you've got the Ace of Pentacles. Now, the Pentacles is the material. So what this is saying is that this recent improvement in health in the past is now going to lead to opportunities of improvement on the material plane. So this could be things like money or property, anything of a material nature. There is definitely renewal going on within the material realm as well, which is really, really good. It's always nice to see 2 aces drop side by side. When they're reinforced by the Empress, that is even better. But it is definitely saying now that with this improvement in health and improvement in things of a physical nature, it's going to cause a sort of domino effect where it's going to cause a renewal and an improvement on the material level. Okay. Now is the time, if you were thinking about doing, you know, a little hobby where you fancy profit, or even starting your own little business up or something like that, or changing a job. Now is definitely the time to do it, because it is the start of a new material phase in your life, most definitely, and that is sitting firmly in the present. Now, moving on to the future, this is where your major arcana card is sitting, which is the Empress. Now, the Empress again is almost like a representation of Mother Earth. She represents all things to do with nature and renewal and rebirth. So, to me, I would say that these two rebirths that have come in the present and the past are actually going to continue well on into the future, and they are going to sort of ramp up, because the Empress is almost a symbol of female supremacy and female contentment. She is like Mother Maiden and Crone, is basically what she represents. But she, you know, I always see her as a Gaia figure. She's Mother Earth, she's renewal, pregnancy, rebirth, all that kind of stuff. It is definitely, she is the ultimate renewal card, and that is why I said it is really interesting that you've got two aces followed by the Empress in the future. And because she's sitting in the future, it's saying that these improvements and these renewals are really going to ramp up for you in the future, Jane, big time. So material and physical are going to show massive improvements in general. But because it's the Empress, all elements of your life are going to be subject to this renewal, which is really good. But there's definitely a lot of growth surrounding you at the moment, Jane. It's almost like, you know, maybe you're one of these people who've hid the light under a bushel for quite a long while, but this is definitely on the change now, and you know, your talents are really going to be brought to the fore, and you know, it's going to be your chance to shine. Right, now your final outcome is the Ten of Swords, and this one is most definitely an advisory card. It is saying do not rest on your laurels with this success, because otherwise you will end up limiting yourself far more than you are capable of. You know, it's like the death of ideas card, the 10. Even though normally the 10s are the ultimate card to have in the numbers before you go into the royals, this one for me always has a slight warning attached to it. So it's saying, although you've got this success coming, don't rest on your laurels with it, because there is so much more that you could actually, it is literally, as Miss Q says, it is literally your time to shine. And if you sit back on your laurels and just let things go as they are, you will not achieve your full potential. So this final outcome is warning you, do not sit back and rest on your laurels, because you have got a lot to give. And with this sudden growth, and I'm getting the impression, Jane, that it is most definitely of a practical nature. Whatever it is that that you've got a chance with, it is definitely, it's very practically natured. So just keep that final warning in mind of the final outcome of the Ten of Swords, because it is saying, although you're destined for good things anyway, if you sit on your laurels, you're going to miss out on being destined for great things, and they are basically within your grasp at the moment. Okay, Jane, so I hope that helps. Oh, who's next, Andy?
Gypsy Heart.
Gypsy Heart, okay. Well, they are if I can pick these bloody cards up off the table. So how long did it take you to make your dress, Andy? Because it was very glamorous.
Well, I didn't make it. I ordered it from Wish.
I thought you'd been to Fairyland to get them giant ivy leaves.
Oh no, Wish is the way to go for them ivy leaf dresses.
The pose was absolutely stunning as well. I was really impressed with the pose.
Well, I have hung around with celebrities all my life, so I have got a flair of the fabulous.
You're welcome, Jane. A flair for the fabulous. Right. Who is it?
Gypsy Heart.
Gypsy Heart. Okay, bit similar to the one I've just done. Right, Gypsy Heart, past, present, future, final outcome. Your past card is really interesting because you have got the Seven of Swords there. Now the Seven of Swords to me always indicates that somebody is trying to take on too much and they can't cope with it. But bear in mind, this is your past card, so this has already happened. So I would say recently there's been a little bit of a tendency to take on too much on an intellectual level, and you're overburdening yourself and not doing yourself any good, so to speak. Too many ideas buzzing round in the head and no real no real order there or there wasn't any real order there at the moment at the time. You were constantly grasping at there was different thoughts, different ideas going through your head constantly, and it was doing you no good. It signifies a little bit, of losing the pathway slightly. So there was definitely been that element recently where there has been a bit of like losing your way sort of thing. Really strange card when it sits in the past. You are one of these people who tends to take on other people's problems as well, and I get the impression that this may have been part of the problem. That but there's definitely this element of taking on too much, and I get the impression it was probably taking on too much of other people's problems as well, when you shouldn't have been. But the good news is, moving into your present, you've got the Four of Pentacles. Now this is one of the cards that I always disregard 99% of the time, the actual suit, and just go with what I get off the card itself, and it is very much so in this case, because it is saying that card for me is always balance, right? So to me, the way those pentacles are situated, he's got two under his feet, one on his heart and one on his head. And that to me signifies mind, body and spirit being in perfect balance. So I think now you are coming to the period where this overburdening yourself has finally come to an end, or is about to come to an end, Gypsy. Because there is definitely a period of perfect balance for you sitting in the present. I don't know what you've done to achieve it, but I get the impression that you've probably had to wash certain things out of your hair, if that's the type of phrase to use. But you're definitely coming into this period now where mind, body and spirit are in perfect balance. And I think you needed to get here, because where you were recently wasn't doing you any good. But this perfect balance, you've either achieved it or you're about to achieve it, because it's sitting in the present. It could also signify a balancing of the finances, but I get the impression off this card it is definitely linked back to that past card. So it is saying that you have found your way through all that overburdening and that taking on too much, and you've realised now, or you're about to realise, that you can't take the world's problems on your shoulders, and you need to just sit back and find your own balance. But that you're definitely going to achieve it, because that's what the Four of Pentacles always signifies to me. Affairs of the heart are about to become important as well, because the pentacle sitting over his chest is really jumping out at me at the moment. So that is saying to me that there are things concerning the heart, and and I ain't saying this on a medical level. I think it is more affairs of the heart are playing an important part at the moment, and I don't know whether these have had anything to do with you achieving this balance, but of those four pentacles that are in that picture, that is the one that is striking me the most at the moment. Not the head one or the two under the feet, which would show that you've grounded yourself. It's the one over the heart. So I think this has been some kind of emotional balancing that has brought all this balance. Okay, yeah, but it's definitely balancing on an emotional level rather than an intellectual or a grounding level. So that the key to this balance is through the emotions. Right, again. Moving on to the future card, you also have got the Ace of Pentacles. As I was saying with the last reading, it is rebirth and regrowth, definitely regrowth, the start of new things. So once you've achieved this balance in the present, when you move into the future, there is going to be this complete flurry of activity where things on the material plane improve. Start of new ventures. Definitely, I always say to people, if you've got a little hobby you want to do, or there's some little business idea you've got in your mind, whichever area of the spread the Ace of Pentacles falls in, that is the area where you want to do it. And what it is saying is it's sitting in the immediate future, within the next 6 months. So within the next 6 month period is the time to put any little plans you've got that may benefit you on a financial level into motion, because the Ace of Pentacles is the start of a new material growth and gain. So it's a very interesting period coming up for you. But I don't think you'd have been able to achieve it now, and you certainly wouldn't have been able to achieve it in the recent past, Gypsy, because there's just been this thing that's off kilter with you, and now you've got things a little bit more in order. It's saying, you know, for the next 6 months, now is the time to start putting plans into motion, particularly the ones of a material nature, be it money, new job, new hobby, you know, anything that's going to profit you on a material level. Right, again, your final outcome is the hangman. Now, the hangman is a sign of suspension, stagnation, and getting yourself in a rut. Because of what your 3 previous cards are, your cards have showed a general improvement from start till finish. So it is definitely, again, coming as an advisory or a warning card rather than an overall prediction or guidance card. So what I would say here is, again, it's saying be very careful of not falling back into old ways, because you will end up getting yourself back to where you started, basically, with the 7 of Swords. So it's just an advisory to say, with this positivity that you know, and there is a lot of positivity around you at the moment, and there's certainly a lot of positivity coming up for you in the future. You do have to maintain this positivity, because there is always that chance that you could slide back, and that has definitely come as a warning for that. You know, it's just a little prod in the ribs to say, you know, just be aware that, you know, things in life have got to be worked for, and in this case for you at the moment they have. Even though they're good and they're positive things, they're not things that are just going to fall into your lap. They are going to be things that are worked for, and that card is saying, you know, do not fall back into old habits. Do not take on too much, because otherwise you will actually end up looping all the way back to the beginning of the cards and the 7 of Swords. So just take that little bit of a warning in mind at the end, because it is definitely an advisory card, Gypsy. But again, a very positive reading. It started off, you know, just displaying there was that little touch of negativity in the past, but you've moved into the present. That's gone. There's balance there. Your future is definitely showing, you know, massive amounts of positivity, and your final outcome is just saying, you know, just keep the ball rolling on the positivity, and you know, you'll be perfectly fine. There's good things ahead for you anyway. Hope that helped. Oh, I'm just gonna have a. Do you want to chat for a few seconds, Andy? I just want a quick sip of my coffee.
Yeah, no trouble. Is Andy K still in chat? Calling out to Andy K. You have won a free prize from Brett.
You're welcome, Gypsy.
I like to check sometimes, you know, if I ain't seen names coming in chat.
Yeah.
Love my family, you are the last on the list. There's a potential another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 readings in front of you up to now.
Maureen's banging her way through them points. I hope it's meaning you're more than welcome, Gypsy Art, honestly. Like I say to people, you know, and you're new to the channel, I always say the tarot cards are not a guaranteed future prediction in any way, shape or form. They are just basically an advisory of how things will go if you continue on your present life choice path. So if you decide to change anything regarding that path, you can literally change your future. I do firmly believe that futures aren't set in stone. I also tell to people, I can only tell you what I'm getting off the cards. So what I'm telling you may not relate to you at all, but I can't help that. You know, I ain't gonna lie and make readings fit people just to keep, you know, just to make it look good. If you don't get what I'm saying to you, then unfortunately, you know, there's nothing I can do about that. All I can do is tell you what I am seeing or feeling off the cards. I'm not in any way psychic, and I do always say that as well to people. This is not a psychic ability of being able to read the cards. It relies very much on your intuitive side rather than anything whispering little messages into your ears. So just keep that in mind with any card reader you deal with. Okay, Andy. Who's next then? If Andy K ain't here,
If he's not here, if he pops in, I'll plug him in later
Okay.
on. Louise.
I'm sure he'll enjoy that.
Louise M on next on list. It's another name I ain't seen for a while.
Check she's in. Louise, are you here? Maverick's here. Tracy's here. If Nikki and Maverick are here, Louise is probably here if she ain't fell asleep.
Yeah.
So we've got to give it a second or two, Andy, because I know it takes quite a bit for it to go through.
Andy
Oh,
K's
Andy's here. Okay, Andy, we can do you. That's okay.
Cool.
That makes life easier then. Andy's here.
It does. And Louise is in as well, so that's cool. You guys at next two up.
Oh. Andy, interesting reading. Right, Knight of Pentacles. This is your past card. Now the Knight for me always signifies movement, as does the Page, but the Knight is a stronger version of it, and it also signifies conflict. And to me, I would say that is showing that there has been a little bit of uncertainty concerning finances recently in the past. I'm not saying money's been a real problem, but it has certainly been a lot more unstable recently than maybe what you used to. There is definitely some kind of imbalance there concerning things, not just money, but in the material plane in general. Bit of a battle. Knights always signify movement, but they do definitely signify conflict as well. Interesting, because the horse is really standing out to me, as is the leg on the Knight, and I have absolutely no reason why the leg is. But so I'll just leave that for now. But the leg on that Knight, for some reason, I'm really staring at it. There's definitely been something to do with material level on the material level recently, Andy, that has not had the stability that you're normally used to. But I'm getting the impression it hasn't been a really bad situation. Just that little bit of fluctuation's been going on, which is rather interesting. He's going to kill me with the next card. But most definitely, Andy, that was just, but it is the past. So I don't know whether it's cleared up now or not, because it moves on to a different topic in your present. But it's been significant enough to you to just maybe say, just keep an eye on the finances, because recently they haven't been as good as they could have been, or maybe what you're used to. There's just been that little bit of fluctuation there on the finances and on the material things in general. Right, Andy. Now this is the one that's really interesting. You've got the Three of Cups. Now for me, the Three of Cups is most definitely a relationship card, but it's a very odd one, because it can show a friendship blossoming into a relationship, or a relationship forming from another relationship. But for me, this is definitely one of the relationship cards, and the reason I know it's relating to relationship is because the card that follows it again is to do with relationships and partnerships. So present and future are definitely going to be important as far as relationships go. There is definitely a celebration here to do with a relationship. Now the celebration itself may not be a husband, wife, partner type thing, but it is definitely a relationship. It is definitely a celebration of some sort of relationship within the family, not within your friends. It is definitely within the family. It could be the budding of a new relationship, but if it is, it's gonna be a slow burner, and it is going to come from the results of a friendship rather than a relationship starting from scratch. So I would believe if it is a personal relationship for you, Andy, it is definitely going to bud from somebody who you know beforehand and consider an acquaintance or a friend. It is not going to be somebody you meet, you suddenly meet in a pub or on the street or wherever. It is definitely going to involve a person that you already know, but it is going to be a very positive thing for you, most definitely. And this is present, Andy. This is present. Now, moving into your future, this is where it gets interesting. Because for me, that card signifies the bonding and the sealing of a relationship, and it always says to me that this is the point where a relationship grows serious. And because it's leading on from the present into the future, this relationship is definitely going to be long term, and it's going to be a very positive relationship. I don't know whether it's going to be a lifelong thing, but it is most definitely going to be a very long term relationship. It's going to be a very loving relationship, and it's also going to be a very stable and positive influence on you, most definitely. I always like that card where relationships are concerned, because it's almost like the icing on the cake sort of thing. It's the sealing of the bond type card, and that is definitely when relationships go from being boyfriend girlfriend to being something a little bit deeper, and that is definitely what that card signifies in the future. And it also signifies, again, it's a family card, so family is going to be of importance leading into the future surrounding this card, Andy. I don't know whether it's going to be you meeting somebody who's already got kids, but there's definitely going to be some kind of increase within the family there, most definitely. But it's going to be a very, very positive thing. Definitely a very positive. It's a very grounding one, and it's very stabilising for you. Okay, but I do get the impression there is extended family involved, and it's extended family who are going to become very important to you and you to them. It ain't going to be one of these relationships where you're hated by the stepkids or whatever. It is going to be a very positive relationship, and it's going to end up with an extended family is going to become very, very, very prominent in your future, Andy. Right. Overall, you've got the excuse me. I was going to cough then. You've got the Eight of Pentacles. Now, for me, this card always signifies. I always call it the Tinker card, and to me, it always says making use of skills. So again, we've got this skill thing running into a reading, and I think this is tying back to your very first card in the past. So it's just reinforcing for me the final outcome, that although that things have been a little bit unstable in the past, in the future money is not going to be that much of a problem for you. You're not going to be a rich millionaire or anything. Well, you may be, but the card ain't saying that you are. But it is going to be saying that you're skilled enough as a person that money is not going to be a problem. So it's saying, don't worry about that night that's already occurred, because your final outcome is the Tinker card, which shows profit through working with your hands or working with your own abilities. So it's very much an employment card for me, and it is saying it. And all I think that card is doing at the end, Andy, is just rounding off how the beginning card started, where it was saying, finances may have been a little bit shaky. It's not always going to be the case, because your final outcome is one of very much so of financial stability through personal effort and through personal skills. So I hope that helps, but nice reading, that one. I like that one. I can live with that one. So have we got Louise next?
Louise next, yeah.
Oh, Louise is a bit of a troublemaker, and
Oh, really?
mind like a sewer.
Well,
Honestly. I ain't going to tell you the sort of things there's into on here. I'll tell you in our little chat at the end that we have.
oh, I can't wait.
Yeah. You'll love Louise, honestly. She's the only person who's ever made me physically Eve on a live stream. And I'll leave it at that for now. You're welcome, Andy. You're more than welcome. Yeah, most definitely that is what it was showing. Right, Louise. Let's see if we can pull death out. Okay. Right, Louise, really interesting one. You've got a major arcana, which is strength, sitting in the present. Your other three cards are really interesting. Two of them are quite conflictual surrounding the strength. So I'll tell it you like it is. You're in for a little bit of a period where things are going to be a little bit conflictual. You're coming out of, I should say, recently there's been a bit of a struggle on the material side of things. And when I say material, I mean physical. Sorry, not material. So again, we're getting this. We're getting health. There's been some health struggle here. There is definitely an health struggle. Something to do with health that has been particularly difficult for you in the recent past. Now, everybody has health niggles and stuff like that, but this one has been significant to the point where it's been more than usual. So recent past, there has definitely been this little bit of a fight you've been having, or you feel like you're fighting against something to do on the physical level, and nearly always the ones represents health, nearly always. And I would say that, even if you're one of these people who maybe not in the best of health anyway, recently there has been a period where it has actually been even more of a struggle than it normally has been, most definitely. But it is coming to an end, Louise, because you've got the strength card, okay? But this health thing has been very significant to you, Louise. It's definitely saying that there has been something happening very recently and could even just still be going on. I ain't saying it is, but it is. I'm getting the impression off this card that it is very, very recent, that it has been significantly more of a problem for you than what it normally is, or health in general has been significantly more of a problem for you. Okay? Moving into the present, you've got strength. Now, this card speaks for itself. You have a good night, Andy. What it is saying here is that there is now, you're now coming into a very, it's going to be a testing period for you, Louise. Now, when I say testing, I don't mean overly negative where everything's going to go wrong and blah, 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 blah. But now is a period where your metal is most definitely going to be tested in some matter or another. Now, I'm getting the impression, linking onto your future card, that it's going to be a little bit of a battle of wills concerning somebody's thinking. Okay? I don't know whether it's yours or whether it's somebody else, but there's definitely somebody within your family or circle of friends at the moment, and this is occurring now, where you are going to have a lot of patience, a lot of self-control, and you're going to have to know when to open your mouth and say something and when to keep your mouth firmly closed, Louise, because it is definitely a time of testing is about to come up for you. And like I say, it's not overly negative, but it is tested. Your metal's being tested, and it's saying to you, be very, very, no problem, Gypsy Art, you have a good night. Definitely this period that's coming up now, Louise, just be very careful what you say to this. It's either a family member, it's definitely somebody within your social circle, Louise. Most definitely within the circle, somebody you know now, and it's occurring now, or it's just building up now, but you're aware of it now. Somebody's line of thinking is going to cause you a little bit of a problem that's going to, that you maybe going to have to sit there and keep your mouth quiet and say nothing on some things, but there are definitely going to be times where you are going to have to open your mouth and say things at other times. Now, I don't know what you like, everybody's different round the families. I don't know whether you're one of these people who lets the family walk all over you, or whether you're one of these people who pisses the family off like me. I'm a bit of a black sheep where my family's concerned. But either way, you have got to step outside that nature for now. So if you're one of these people who let your family walk all over you, Now it's time to be more forceful. If you're one of these people who are more forceful, it is time to take a meeker role. Okay, Louise? Definitely, it's definitely saying there's times when you need to say things, but there's definitely times when you need to keep quiet. Okay? Right, moving into your future, this disruption that's going on is not going to have a quick solution, Louise, because that card for me always signifies intellectual imprisonment. If you see she's bound and gagged and surrounded by the swords, and to me, that always says to me that somebody has thought themselves into a corner, sort of thing. So they've got to the point where there's that many options, or they've gone down a certain line of thinking that has trapped them within a certain way of thinking, and this is what it is showing coming up into the future for about the next 3 months. So whatever this situation is, there is not going to be a solution to it for about 3 months. There is going to be one after then, but up until that point it is most definitely going to be a battle of wills with this person. But just be very, very careful, because you're on a little bit of a dodgy path here with, you could upset somebody to the point where it could cause a rift, or they could upset you to the point where it becomes a rift. So what it's saying is, keep the thinking flexible. Do not surround yourself with an intellectual shield that ends up being a prison. Okay? But it's not forever, but I'm getting the impression it's going to be for about 3 months that this thing is going to go on. Right now, your final outcome is really interesting, because you've got the Queen of Wands. Now, the Queen of Wands is definitely representing you in this, and this is why I'm saying there's going to be a resolution, because the Queen of Wands to me is also the Queen of Common Sense. Represents a female who is, who is very grounded, very down to earth, and very much gifted with common sense. And what that is saying to you there as your final outcome is, common sense is going to win the day for you here, Louise, because I don't know if you're a hot-headed person or what, but being hot-headed in this situation is not going to be a good thing. Okay? So it is saying to you, you have got to be the Queen of Wands. You have got to be, you've got to ground yourself, and you've got to employ common sense through this entire situation, because it is in danger of blowing out of control a lot more than it needs to. But common sense is going to win through in the end, because you've got that as the final outcome, and the Queen of Wands definitely signifies you, so it's applying that common sense onto you. So it's saying, the common sense is there, Louise. Make sure you use it. Keep the temper in check. Keep the tongue firmly in the mouth when it needs to be, but don't bite your tongue if the situation arises where you do have to say something. But it is definitely saying, that your common sense is going to come to the fore in the end as a solution to this problem. But it is going to be, like I say, Louise, a couple of months in the running before it all gets sorted out. So I hope that helps you, Louise. Not a bad reading. Nothing negative in it. Everybody argues. Oh, I'm just going to roll a fag, Andy. Do you spiel?
A spiel?
Yeah, do you spiel? You had anything here? Do you want to tell them about your chicken, Andy? That'll cheer them up.
The chicken?
Yeah, or your lack of chicken now.
The lack of chicken, yeah. So, a lot of I've been surviving on chicken for the last 4 months and that way, because I thought I couldn't eat no else. And apparently it's been chicken that's been making me poorly.
I'm sorry, Andy, I shouldn't laugh, but every time you say it, I find it funny.
I do know.
The fact you've actually been punishing yourself with the thing that's actually making it worse.
I know. I ate it for 4 days and I felt quite good.
Yeah. So the good news is, folks, that Andy is no longer just living on chicken, and he's feeling better. So every cloud has a silver lining.
It does.
Oh. You gotta laugh.
Yeah.
Well, you got to laugh or you got to cry. I'd rather laugh than cry. I cannot believe you've tortured. I cannot honestly believe you have tortured yourself for 4 months with the actual thing that was causing you the problem.
Every single meal as well, you know.
I know you've been having breakfast and everything.
Oh.
Surprised you had killed yourself with it.
Well, like I said, on set of 6 minutes of feeling bad. I should have realised sooner, but that could have turned dangerous.
The good news is he pinched half of the dog's birthday kebab, so he was definitely feeling better.
Oh dear.
Gave me brown rain. Ooh, I don't think we'll go down that path. Right, who's next then, Andy?
Up next is Lee.
Lee guy.
Yeah.
Is he still here? Are you here, Lee? Jamie says, what would you say... I thought my camera gone then. What would you say a negative spirit was? Could be a number of things. What would you say it was, Andy?
Who says that?
Jamie?
Oh. A red cat.
Yeah, definitely negative. Kelpie, that's negative. Hi, cat.
Hey up, cat.
I'll say if Lee ain't still here, well...
Is here.
He's here.
Yeah.
My chap must be running behind everybody else. Oh yeah, he's there. Okay, Lee. Oh shit. No, I actually put these all the right way around before I started.
You're up next, Vicky, straight after Lee.
Right, Lee, really interesting. You've got an inverted card there, and it's also a major arcana, which makes it doubly important, and the fact it's upside down is extremely interesting. Right, past, present, future, final outcome. Okay. Right, Lee. The swords you can see there, again, it's very similar to the one that was previous. I can see that you're actually, what I always get off this card is that there are ideas that you are not making use of and you are keeping them hidden. You're carrying ideas around with you and you've got a lot of ideas in your head, but you're not making use of them, and this has been coming particularly to the fore in the recent past, almost to the point of there's been a few what ifs or I should have done's, right, concerning ideas and belief systems that you should have really been carrying forward, but you've literally just, as it shows that a lot of, sometimes it makes me feel, think of a body in a sack and he's about to dump it in the river. But to me, it generally signifies that there are ideas, because it's a sword card, and sword always signifies the intellect, which is ideas and beliefs. But I would say that there is, sounds like someone is in pain in the background. Unless one of the dogs has just made a strange noise, I don't know. There's definitely been some idea, there's been an idea or ideas, Lee, that you have been carrying around in your head for quite some time that you should have put into place by now. Okay? And you're literally just trooping them round with you, hidden away, kept out of sight, and you're not making use of them. And this has become particularly important in the recent past. Something has happened that has brought these ideas to mind, and you've still not acted on them. And it's very, very important that you do, because otherwise they're going to sit in your head for the rest of your life and you're never going to make use of them. But there is something definitely happened in the recent past that has made this idea or ideas be brought to the foreground of your mind, or made you think of them and you've not been making use of them when you should be. So something recently happened connected to these ideas needs to be acted upon. Now, coming into your future, this is where it becomes significant, because you've got the magician, but the magician is inverse. Now, a negative magician can be a number of things, some not too bad and some really horrible. And in this case, because it's linking to that ideas card, it is saying that you are hiding your light under a bushel, because the magician is the card of skill and sleight of hand, trickery, or making use of your God-given gifts. But because it's upside down, it's a weakened version of it, and this is what it's saying. You are still not acting upon these ideas, even now, Lee, even though you need to. There is something sitting in your head that definitely needs to be sorted out, because it's carrying on into the future. It's being resolved in the future, I can tell you that. But it is saying at the moment, this idea is slowly coming out, but it's not being acted upon quick enough. Whatever it is you've decided to change, or whatever you've been carrying around with you in your head in the past, is still there, and it is not being acted upon fast enough, Lee. There is definitely wasted talent there, because the magician is inverted, and that is definitely a sign of wasted talent and not using the skills that you've got. So again, those two cards are linked very, very strongly. I get the impression they are very, very strongly linked. And it's almost like those two cards are like a telling off, saying, you know, what are you doing here? It's time to pack in. They're sitting back on your arse on the sofa doing nothing about it. Now is the time to do it, and maybe you've started to maybe come round to that line of thinking now, but you're not doing it quick enough because the magician is inverted. And it is definitely, it's a very, because of what it's surrounded by, it is a very weakened version of the negative magician. Thankfully those cards are there, because had there have been others, it could have been a lot worse. So although it ain't the best card in the world to have as a major arcana inverted, it's not a bad one because of what's surrounding it. So it's saying, you know, get off your backside and start making use of skills and abilities that you've got, because you are currently wasting them to the point where it's going to end up detrimental to you if you don't. Right, now the good news is, leading into the future, you've got the card of balance. So at some point in the future, and I'm getting getting the opinion this is 12 months type time, Lee. Even after I've said this to you, I'm still getting the impression that you're not going to act upon it fast enough, but you are eventually going to get to the point where you're going to have no choice but to act upon whatever this thing is that you're, you know, trolling around with in your head, because you finally got balance in the future. But I'm getting the impression that it is not, you know, close future. It is a little bit farther apart, maybe even 12 months or more so away. But you know, this wasting of skills is going to be an ongoing thing until you physically take that decision to sort it out and do what you need to do. The good news is, come the future, you do get the balance card, so you do finally attain it or make use of it. But I'm seeing it as 12 months at least before anything starts to be acted upon regarding it, or anything comes to fruition of you starting to act upon it. So it is very, very importantly that you've got to start pushing yourself a bit now. The good thing is, your final outcome is the King of Pentacles, which is the ultimate material card. So it is saying, when you do finally get off your backside and do whatever it is you need to do, that there is going to be nice financial rewards for it. The King of Pentacles is a very, very stable card. It is material success. So this is what is making me think that this idea is somehow employment related, or it is definitely something to do with an employment thing where you will make money through your own work. But whatever it is, it is gonna leave you very, very financially secure in the long run, because you've got the King of Pentacles, and like I say, the King of Pentacles is the ultimate material signifier. He signifies success on the material plane, you know, conquest, winning the battle, literally being king of the material. So just bear that in mind, Lee, but there's definitely this little bit of reluctance I'm sensing at the moment, which you really, really need to get over. This spread is telling you that you need to start pushing yourself a bit more, because, you know, all the skills you need to get on in life are there. I think the only person who's really holding you back at the moment is yourself. And this is what these cards are saying, is it's time, you know, to pull your britches up, crack on with it, because there's financial rewards to be had at the end. Ratty-tatty. I like that, it's nice. So, hope that helps you, Lee. Interesting one, that. That was a stop being naughty reading, that was, Andy.
Aye, it was.
Most definitely a stop being naughty. It was a pull your finger out your butt reading. Oh, the cards have stuck to the table again. Look at this, Andy. It's never going to go straight again. I can bend it now, though. Look.
All right.
But that's how it's stuck now.
Yeah.
I can slide me splint on and off now, but that is what I've got to look forward to for the rest of my life now. A crooked bloody little finger. I'll be able to go burgling with it. It's like a skeleton key.
Oh, dear.
So I'm deformed for life. Why are you laughing? It's not laughing matter. I'm telling you I'm deformed for life and you're laughing. Right, who's next?
Next up is Vicky.
Vicky, okay.
Like a broken twig.
It is, Joanne. It looks better than it did though, because it was literally S-shaped when I first did it. And I couldn't bend it at all. Couldn't bend it at all. At least I can actually move it now. But it's still a little bit painful when if I put too much pressure on it. Oh, Queen of Cups. Oh, we got the Magician the right way round this time. Oh, final outcome, blind decisions. They're all you never know with them whether they're going to be good and bad until you've done the whole reading. Right, Vicky. Past, present, future, final outcome. Your first one, your past, is the Queen of Cups. Now, the Queen of Cups. The Queen of Cups to me signifies a very emotional woman, or somebody that you are emotionally attached to, of the female persuasion, as being very significant in your recent past. Can sometimes signify a mother, but I don't think it does in this case. I'm getting the impression it's either sister, cousin, friend, that type of thing. I don't think it's quite to the point of mother, but this person has been playing a very significant role in your life recently, far more significantly than what they normally would do. Hi Julie, welcome in. Julie's finally in. Julie's one of the Australian girls. So I don't know what it is concerning this woman at the moment, but we'll try and lock it down, Vicky, as we go through. But there is definitely this female connection in your recent past, and this woman is a woman who is very emotionally driven. Because she's a Cups. She's not a woman who's very intellectually driven, not a woman who's money driven, and she's not a down to earth woman. She's somebody who tends to be very, very emotional and wears her heart on her sleeve. That type of person. But I'm getting the impression it's either sister, cousin, aunt or friend, but definitely a female close to you, has somehow played a significant part in your life very recently, very much more so than what they normally do. Or there's something very significant surrounding them. Now, leading on into the present, you have got the magician. Okay? Now, like I was just telling Lee, who doesn't pull his finger out, the magician is the sign of trickery, sleight of hand, skills, abilities, being able to use the gifts you've got. Now, to me, that says that there is a period in your life now where somebody is going to either, it's really weird because it's that third card that's throwing me. There is something that you are really, really good at doing, Vicky, and I don't know what it is at the moment. It's definitely something practical to do with the hands, but it ties back to this woman. I don't know whether you've been caring for them or they've been caring for you, but there is definitely something to do with a practical skill set surrounding you at the moment, Vicky, and this woman is somehow tied to it, and there is some kind of dependence there, but something you've got to be a little bit wary of, because this is coming as an advisory, Vicky, that because this person is of a very emotional nature, they could come to rely on you a little bit too much. So it's just saying, be aware of that thing, because they do need you, Vicky, and what you are doing between the two of you is a good thing. But don't let this woman become too emotionally dependent on you, because it's very important that you don't, because it will have a negative impact rather than the positive one that it should have. So just be aware of this woman. Do what you're doing together, because it is a good thing, but don't let the dependence overdevelop, because there's a chance that things could get out of your control very, very quickly, and it's like a magician pulling an ace out of his sleeve and the trick going wrong. Although it's meant to be clever and good, it eventually looks silly if it's done the wrong way or it collapses. And this is what I'm getting off this card at the moment, is there's this little bit of trickery and sleight of hand where, they will become too much of you'll become too much of an emotional anchor for them, and it's just saying, just be wary of it. You don't overdo it, but keep doing what you're doing, because at the moment it's very positive, but just maintain that little bit of balance. Now, going into your future, this is the really interesting one, because you've got the Eight of Wands, which again is the material, the physical. I keep saying material, is the physical plane, and again it signifies a deterioration of something on the physical level. So it's a really funny one, because it's leading into a decision card. So there is what I'm going to say to you, Vicky, is there is a decision to be made in the future, where there is going to be, there is a decline that is going to happen, and you've got to make the decision to let this decline go on. Whether it's relating back to this woman, I do not know, but at some point, and I've got a feeling it does relate back to them two cards, at some point you have got to distance yourself a little bit from that person for your own good, okay? Because whilst you would be doing them a great deal of good, they would ultimately lead to being a little bit of a drain on you personally, and there would be that little bit of a decline going on. And this is very much advisory that's coming here. So it's just saying, at some point you've got to be aware that you have got to slightly back off from not separate yourself totally, because it's not a sheer drop, it is a gradual decline. So what it is saying is, you must maintain contact with this person and offer this help or take this help off them, but there has got to be a slight distancing coming up in the future at some point for the good of both of you, right? Because otherwise one of you is going to suffer negative effects from it. And I get the impression with this reading, Vicky, that the one who received the negative would probably be yourself. So just be aware, you do need to keep that little bit of distance and space for yourself in the future, because there is this danger that this person is going to see you as too much of a crutch otherwise, okay? Now your final outcome is really interesting, because you've got the Two of Swords, and again the Two of Swords is the intellect card. And for me, this always signifies an important decision needs to be made, but you are not fully aware of the facts as is signified by the blindfold. So at some point in the overall future of this thing, you have got to take a leap of faith and do the thing that is right rather than do the thing that is easy. And that is what that card is saying to me in your final outcome. There is going to come this crux in a situation where a leap of faith is required, and you need to take it the second it presents itself. Don't let it run on over weeks or months. As soon as this decision presents itself, and you will know what it is, Vicky, because it's a very significant decision in respect to your life path. You've literally got to jump in both feet first and take the leap of faith on intuition rather than going on all the facts, because you're not going to be in possession of all the facts, and you're not going to be able to be in possession of all facts. But it is vitally important that as soon as this decision presents itself in the near future, you take that decision immediately, and you will know what the right decision is. But it is definitely going to be a leap of faith for you. It's going to be a bit of a jump into the unknown, and you may not be comfortable with it, but you must do it immediately as soon as it presents itself. Don't sit back and think about it, do it straight away. Okay, but that's pretty much what I'm getting out of that for you. But a very interesting reading. Just be aware that tie between a family member or female friend or whatever is important to you, and it is important to both of you, but do not let it get to the point where it becomes too much of an emotional crush. Okay? Okay, Vicky, as long as you can get some kind of understanding from it. But when that decision does present itself, just go for it. Don't linger on it, because it's saying, it's got to be an immediate decision thing. Right, who's next, Andy?
Next up is Tracy B.
Oh, Tracy. How many we got left?
Just 2.
Can you add Julie onto that? Because I promised her, because it's in Australia and she's had to get out of bed like 7:30 in the morning. I said if she came on later, I'd do her one.
Yeah, no probs.
Okay. Tracy V. Ooh, the Knight of Cups. Right, Tracy. Past, present, future, final outcome. No major arcana in this, so there's nothing, saying that there's a significant portion of this reading that you need to focus on. What is interesting is you've got the 2 swords sitting in the middle, which basically follow on from one another almost, and it is really interesting. Right, starting off in your past, you've got the Knight of Cups, and like I say, the Knights represent movement and shifting. IJs, things turning around. So I would say there has been some kind of an emotional shift recently in the past that has been of some significance to you. Maybe a little bit of a tough emotional decision that you may have felt like, literally like you were going to emotional war. That is what I'm getting off that card. Nothing, nothing bad, but it probably felt at the time like you were about to march off to war on the emotional level. But it has had some kind of lasting effect on you, because obviously it's shown up there in the cards in your past. Again, it could also signify a changing of feelings towards a personal situation. But whatever it is, Tracy, it has been significant, because, like I say, it's there in the cards. So, interesting enough, it's tying into your next card, which is the sorry, hang on, give me a sec. I'm gonna cough. No, I ain't. Which is the 6 of Swords. Now, the 6 of Swords, like I said for Lee, signifies a number of things. On this one, again, I'm getting the impression that there is, it's all movement in this. These first three are movement, and then they finish with a stationary card, which is the interesting thing about it, Tracy. Again, there is this movement on the intellectual level as well, but I get the impression that you, because of this emotional stuff that has been going on with you, Tracy, there has literally been a dumping of baggage, shall I say, is about to come up, or you've already done it, but it is definitely sitting in the present. There is definitely going to be an unloading of things that you don't need keeping in your head or your heart, if you understand what I say. Okay? There is definitely a period where there's going to be a little bit of caretaking as regarding all general situations around you. And this card is, on this occasion, it is literally, as I see it, of somebody rowing a body out into the middle of a lake and dumping it. And that is why I'm getting that, you know, there is definitely, from this movement of emotion that has recently happened, you've come to the decision now that it is time to do a little bit of both emotional and intellectual housekeeping, and now is the time. It's saying that you need to dump this stuff once and for all, let it go, get rid of it, let it sink to the bottom of the lake, and just forget about it, because that is the period you've suddenly really reached now, Tracy. And I think it's got to the point where you know it has, and this is why it's sitting in the present. I think you've already made the decisions on what you're going to do. I don't think you've carried them out yet, but you are about to. And the reason I say that is because the card sitting in your future is the Page of Swords. Now, I always say the page is a weaker form of the knight, and because it's the swords, it's the intellectual. So it's the start, because the knight signifies movement on a grander scale. The page is the starting of that movement, because he is literally the servant of the knight. He's like a little mini knight. So he's a knight in waiting. So basically, this is why I say this baggage is about to be done, and why I think you've already decided on it but not acted on it yet, because your future card is showing this Page of Swords where this movement in new ideas occurs. So there is definitely going to be a positive result of getting rid of all this baggage, Tracy. There is definitely a birth and a shifting and a reorganisation of beliefs and ideas coming up for you in the future. Definitely new ideas, but there is also a renewal of ideas and beliefs that are already there. I don't think there's going to be a big shift in your belief. I just think there's going to be a renewal in what you believe in. And I think you do need to get rid of this emotional baggage and intellectual baggage, and just clear out the junk, Tracy, because it's needed to get to the page in the future where there is this sort of renewal and restarting of all your intellectual beliefs and ideas to go on. Now, your final outcome, you've got the Three of Wands. Now, this I always consider a contemplation card, and I think I always get the impression that it's like a job well done on the physical. And what that says to me is, after all this is over and done with, you are going to find yourself in a period where you are extremely content, and your peace of mind is where you want it to be. And this is what this reading is leading up to, that overall there's this urge to get to this point where there's peace of mind, and it's almost like you're standing there in the garden looking over a job well done, looking at a lovely sunset, all at peace. And that's what I'm getting off that card. It is definitely coming back to this fact that your final outcome is peace of mind, and I think this is what you're working towards at the moment, and this is what all this emotional and intellectual shifting needs to be done for, because there's a peace of mind that you've got to work towards, and it's a peace of mind that you're going to attain in your final outcome. Not a bad reading there, Tracy, at all, but you're definitely going to achieve some kind of peace of mind here with this shifting. But like I say, it's definitely a bit of housekeeping to be done there. I think you've already decided you're going to do it anyway, and you know what you're getting rid of. But you know, it's going to be like a rebirth for you, Jack. I keep going to say Jackie, Tracy. shut that phone off. Be quiet phone. And you're definitely gonna get to this point where you've got this peace of mind and there's this calmness and peace around you. So, hope that helps, Tracy. Really nice reading, that one. I like them sort. How many did you say we've got left, Andy?
There's just 2 left now.
Right, okay.
Love my family. If they're still in chat, I haven't seen them comment for a little while.
We'll have a look. Give him a chance to answer, and then if not, we'll do Julie's.
Yep.
You're welcome, Tracy. Yeah, I got the impression off the cards he's decided but not acted upon yet. Yeah, love my family's there.
Okay. I'm just going to switch my mic off while I shove some sausage in my mouth.
That's just too much information.
Back in a bit.
Okay. Jesus, that card looks popping up tonight. Very interesting, this one, because your final outcome has fallen exactly the same as Tracy's has. Yes, that would be the lovely neighbours who can't stop in the house. This is what they're doing all day long, this is what they've been doing all day in the street, having a nice little sing-song. So this is what we've had to put up with. Right, sorry about that, love my family. Right, now, your past, present and future are all very much connected. Your final outcome is a really positive one as well. The only one that is of any, the significance in this reading is falling on your future, because you've got a major arcana of the moon sitting in the future position of the cards. So that is the one that you've got to concentrate on the most. But we'll start from the beginning and work through. But yeah, it's the neighbours having a lovely little sing-song to themselves. They've been doing it all day. Right, love my family. Recently in the past, I am sensing that there has been some kind of spiritual growth and epiphany going on here. That's been quite a, it's almost been like a spiritual party, is about the best way of describing it. There has definitely been a celebration of the spiritual gone on surrounding you very, very recently, to the point it's almost been like a spiritual epiphany. There has been something that's occurred very, very recently that has opened your eyes to things on a spiritual level, and I would say on a paranormal, and that includes the paranormal. Don't know what it is, but it is definitely some kind of epiphany that has been a very, very pleasant experience for you, almost to the point that you've celebrated it. It's like a gift has suddenly blossomed, a personal gift, something like that has most definitely blossomed, and you have considered it to be a very good thing and a very positive thing that's happened in your life. It's been a very joyous thing to the point it's been celebrated. But it's been recent, and it's been very, 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 very significant to you, love my family. But it is definitely something of a spiritual nature, and when I say spiritual, I do include like supernatural, paranormal in that. So I don't know what gifts you've got, but it's definitely relating along those lines. But it has definitely been a blossoming of something that you can do, that you've been able to do, but it has suddenly boosted, if you know what I mean. It's matured and fruited to the point where it's been a really pleasurable experience for you. Right, now leading into the present, this is the interesting one, because it's saying whatever it is you've learned from that, there are things now that, again, very similar to Tracy's, there are going to have to be things that needed to be sorted as a result of learning this thing or becoming aware of what's recently happened in the past. And there are some things on the spiritual and emotional level that are now time to discard and leave behind. Whatever you've learnt on that, out of that past card, whatever it is, has caused there to be a little bit of a conflict with certain beliefs, I would say, and these beliefs need to be got rid of now because they're holding you back a little bit at the moment. I think you're a bit reluctant to let go of them because they are more like the familiar to you, but you definitely need to dump them because what you have recently learnt in the past is the way you need to go into the future, and certain things that you are holding dear to your heart are holding you back, and it's saying turn your back on them, walk away, let go of them. You no longer need them. You know what the answers are, you know what your own truth is, you don't need to rely on other truths, okay? You know which beliefs you need to get rid of now, and now is the period of time, because it's sitting in the present, that you need to do it. This is the time you need to, walk away from them. But it's very important that you do them now, love my family, because they are sitting in your present. So that's why I'm saying do it now. But like I say, you are aware of them. You just need to let go of things that you no longer need to believe in. You know your own truth now. The epiphany, you've had your epiphany. You know where you've got to go. Get rid of everything you don't need. Right, now, leading on to the future, this is coming as a guidance card, because the moon is, again, it's a very occult card, and it does signify the paranormal and the supernatural, but it also signifies choice and good and evil and your ability to walk between the two. Now, the crayfish in that isn't really significant to me at the moment, because if it is, that's the one where I say beware of things creeping up on you that you don't know about, because that is what the crayfish signifies. It's the unknown. But that isn't significant. What is significant to me there is the two dogs and the two towers. So what it is saying is there is a path of balance for you to walk now, love my family, and you're very aware of what it is, and it's leading you into the future, and you've got to have the fortitude to maintain the path that you've chosen, because you can go to one side or the other. Sorry, I was reading Kat's thing about pot calling kettle jays. What it is, love my family, is this path is a very fine line for you to walk, but it's one that you know. You've got to walk the path between the light and the dark. A lot of people say good and evil, and I always say good and evil to people, but it is also the light and the dark. And what it's saying to me, love my family, is you can't have one without the other. Where there's light, there's got to be dark, and where there's dark, there's got to be light. And this belief system that you've developed now, you know where your path is leading you into the future, and all you've got to do is walk it. There's nothing going to be creeping up behind you to throw a spanner in the works. The only one now who could mess it up would be you if you don't walk that straight path. And that is what that future card is telling me. The final outcome is really good, because like Tracy's again, you've got the peace of mind card and the self-contentment and the feeling of self-success. There is definitely a very strong feeling of personal satisfaction that always radiates off this card for me, because it's the ones of the earth element, and for me the earth element is always the comfort element. It is my personal element. Earth, I'm an earth sign, and for me earth is really important, and it's the comfort element for me. And this is what the three always signifies with the three ones anyway, is this personal contentment and well-being and peace of mind and just being in a really, really good place. And that is basically what it's leading up to with you. But it is subject to you sticking to what you now believe is right, and to do what you need to do when it comes to walking that path. Because if you veer off that pathway, that final outcome is lost. And that is what you need to be aware of. You know where you've got to go, stick to it now, because at the end of it, there's going to be a lot of, personal satisfaction at the end of it, love my family. But really, 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 really nice reading, that one. So, that helped. I don't know whether Andy's finished his sausages or not yet. Have we got a silence, or are we going to get an Andy with chomping on his sausages?
All done. Annihilated all up.
Right, okay. I tried to talk slowly so that you got a chance to swallow them all. Do you know what I had a vision of? You know that gif that Becky posted the other day of the seagull coughing up the sausage? Well, I kept seeing that in reverse.
Brilliant.
That was funny, that seagull picture.
Oh, dear.
Right, so I presume the last one is Julie's.
Yeah.
Okie dokie.
Oh, dear.
Oh, God, I hate that card. Right, Julie. One card in there I don't like, and then three really nice ones. Luckily, the one card that I don't like is the one that's sitting in your past. But I do think it relates to what we discussed last time, and it is what it is saying to me is that your past has been very much a dominating factor in your life up to this point, and it has been as a result of a lot of pain and heartache. You've had a bit of a rainy time in the past, as is signified by the rain coming down there, but it is that card always makes me think of a broken heart. So what that is saying to me there, Julie, is you have been your past, for whatever reason, connected to a broken heart, has been a very defining thing for you. Okay, and it's even to the recent past, it has been it's defined who you are. But what I'm getting really weird off this card, Julie, is although it's a negative thing being the heartbreak, it is actually been the making of you, and has been a very good thing for you in the long run. I think had you not have experienced this heartbreak that's gone on, you wouldn't be the person you are today. I think it's been a very, very defining thing for you, whatever it was, and I don't want to go into a lot of detail on it because I'm getting a lot of things off that card, but it was very, very negative in the past, certain periods, but they have actually made you who you are today. And although, the situations themselves weren't good, in one way you've got a lot to thank them situations for, because they've made you who you are today, Julie. Okay? Now moving into your present, this one's really interesting, Julie, because this one is like you're in the process of literally blooming. It signifies things like motherhood and pregnancy, and I'm not getting that element of it in this card. I am getting I'm getting the Gaia, the Mother Nature, the growth, the burst. You're surrounded by a lot of natural energy at the moment, Julie, and it's almost like you have literally exploded on a path of discovery. There's a lot of new things opening up around you at the moment, a lot of pathways, all connected around the elements and around nature and stuff like that. Very, 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 very supernatural feeling I'm getting off that card at the moment. There's influences going in and out, a lot of energy that most people ain't aware of, Julie, and that is becoming very, very significant around you at the moment. Very significant, almost like the Gaia theory type thing, where you've just totally, you're out there renewing yourself all the while. Everything's going on at once. Very much in touch with nature, but very, very much energies. I'm getting a lot of energy off that card. You're literally blooming at this moment into an old, almost I'd say into an old different world, Julie. It's really, really difficult to explain what I'm getting off this card. It's like a blossoming of something, but it's all to do with energy and the elements. So I hope you can relate to that in some way. It's really hard to articulate what that card is at the moment for you. Right. Moving into your future, this again is really, really interesting because you've got the sorry, I keep coughing every time. You've got the 9 of Pentacles. Now this is the one. This is the card that I always call it the reaping the benefits card. So for me, it is saying all this explosion that's going on around you at the moment, Julie, you're going to reap a lot of benefits from in the future. But it is it's very hard to explain because it's almost if you were like a card reader, a professional card reader, I would say you were suddenly going to get really, really good and really, really successful at it. You know, like if you did it for a living, and you were going to make a lot of money off it. It's that kind of thing I'm getting off it, Julie. Whatever that big burst of energy that's around you at the moment, you're going to reap a really large amount of profit off it in the future. You know, it's going to be very lucrative on the material level because it's the Pentacles, and it is literally the card of reaping what literally reaping what you sow, but on a positive level, but very much so within the material. Really, really interesting, Julie. Definitely a sign of making use of your skills and talents, and that is what is going to come more to the fore for you in the future. There's definitely going to be... Were you going to choke somewhere else? Thank you. Sorry. The dog's deciding to cough up a feather ball that's just licked off herself. It's just like a cat. There's definitely this reaping of skills and talents, Julie, and it is going to become very, very important to you in the future. Now, your final outcome, again, is another interesting one, Julie, because your final outcome comes back to the family. The family elements are going to become, although you've got all this energy around you and you've got all these things going on, you're never losing sight of family. And this is the defining card for you, Julie, is no matter what's going on in your life, it always comes back to family. Family is your anchor no matter what goes on. And it's saying, you know, this is what you've got to carry on doing on your present course in life, is maintain that family anchor in whatever way you do it. Because your family are like your font of knowledge type of thing. They're your cornucopia. That is what anchors you to all this stuff. No matter how good things are and no matter what's going on around you, your family is still going to be your anchoring point. Very, very much so. Very, very much pointing to the family on that final outcome card. But it's saying just carry on the way you're going, and don't lose sight of that family thing, because that last card is very important. It's saying, you know, that's your anchor in life, is family. No matter what, family will always come first, no matter what, and that is your key to your ultimate success, is family. So, hope that helped, Julie. I did send you an email earlier, by the way. I don't know whether you've read it or not yet. But there you go. And I've got a nice half cup of cold coffee to enjoy here now, Andy.
Oh, boy.
So that's all the reading's done, isn't it?
Yes, I believe it is.
Not bad. We've been doing them for how long? Oh, nearly 2 hours.
Yeah, an hour and 40 minutes-ish.
Yeah. And nearly an hour and 50, actually. It's 10 to 11.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, we started at 9, so not bad. So, yeah, definitely getting that off it. But, you know, there's definitely something exciting happening around you at the moment, Julie, on an energy level. Very much an elemental card, the Empress, then. Very much so. You're welcome, Julie. Like I say, I have left you an email, so just read it when you got a chance. There's nothing rude in it, no pictures. It's all text on, you know. I know you're going to be disappointed about that, but sorry. Right, Andy, what do you want to talk about?
Anything and everything. Don't mind.
Anything that's cropped up this week that you think's interesting? Or we're just going to pick up? Or does somebody else want to suggest a subject in chat if Andy can't think of anything? Anybody got any questions or topics they want to discuss? Please don't bring up the current world issues that are going on, because they are causing problems for YouTube streamers. So, and I think that subject's been talked to death now. But is there anything anybody would like to talk about on a paranormal level? Because if not, I'm going to start talking about Bigfoot. Right, we'll start talking about Bigfoot, and then we'll wait until the questions start coming in. I was talking to somebody the other day, Andy, having a really interesting conversation. Well, it was a bit of a three-way conversation between a Bigfoot believer,
Okay.
a non-Bigfoot believer, and one who was going down the alien route, and then I was putting the Fae route in as well.
All right.
So the non-believer obviously was sitting there banging on saying that Bigfoot doesn't exist at all. The alien one was, the believer seems to think that it is literally either a pre-human or, you know, a member of Homo sapien, well, Homo whatever we call lion, or that it is some kind of prehistoric ape, one of the big primates. And then the guy who believes that they are alien orientated insisted that they were here to guard, well, not guard us, but they are basically stuck here by, you know, the little grey people in the flying saucers.
Yeah.
Well, he's suggesting that those and Bigfoot are basically like caretakers for us, and we are one big science fiction, well, one big science project to the, you know, the big tall blonde Viking type aliens.
Nordics. Yeah.
Yeah, well, apparently he's saying they're the ones who genetically altered us in the past, and both Bigfoot and the Greys are basically our caretakers. You know, we're basically living on a giant zoo.
Right.
And he said, you know, he said that portals and Bigfoot are like transportation devices for the Bigfoot to travel to and from the spaceships, and then I was chipping in that the portals was the elemental side of things. So what's your take on Bigfoot from an elemental point of view? Yeah.
I like to think that they are right, so basically I think they're part of Fae realm.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't nobody take me serious when I say this, because, like, you know, people think they have spotted them and stuff like that, but
Yeah.
a bit like the unicorn, they're like a creature from the Fae realm.
Mm-hmm.
But I think, in my personal belief, a Bigfoot is more realistic than a unicorn.
Yeah.
And I think they are coming through thin spots like all rest do.
So you think they're probably on the same frequency or vibrational reality as where the Fae come from?
Yes.
Right, okay.
Because some research, I mean, obviously I ain't had this opportunity, but some researchers believe they come part and parcel with Fae.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the biggest sort of theories going with researchers is that they guard underground tunnels
Mm-hmm.
that lead to sort of hordes of natural treasures like crystals and stuff.
All right.
Which they go alongside gnomes.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, some researchers believe that gnomes call them big hairies. But gnomes call us big stupid giants as well. You know,
right, that's nice.
It's just they're just like, that's where they talk and stuff. So
They're just literal with the description.
yeah, they're just like right literal. But yeah, a lot believe that they help guard underground systems where there's like natural treasures at Earth.
All right.
Yeah, which is really cool, you know.
Yeah. The trouble is, if you want to go crystal hunting now, you've got the chance of running into Bigfoot.
Well, in them parts of the world where they're well documented, maybe so.
Joanne B. Oh God. Is Bigfoot the same as the Yeti? I think they're all believed to be roughly of the same family, not necessarily the same species. The Yeti tends to be more of a Himalayan version and tends to be more white and more snow camouflaged. I believe in America it's more related. It's more common to call it Bigfoot. I believe in Canada they tend to call it the Sasquatch more, don't they?
Yeah.
Though in Florida they've got their own version, which is the skunk ape, and then Australia have got their own version, which they call the yowie, and then Russia has got about 5 separate names for it, and I think one of them's Menk. They use Yeti as well in Russia. They use Menk, but there's a couple of others as well. Very regional names in Russia, but yeah, they're pretty much considered to be all of the same family, Joanne. Let me scroll down a bit. I hate this chat lately, it just scrolls funny. James said, hang on, I've missed some. I've read that right. I want Bigfoot to exist. I believe it does, Miss Kev. I really believe it does. Love My Family says she believes he's an elemental. There you go, Andy. Love My Family agrees with you. Jane Newsom, my mum... Oh, God, Jane's taking the pee, Andy. My mum once found coffee granules spilt on the bottom of the stairs. Would that be a brownie?
It depends. We need more to go on than just that.
I don't like talking about brownies and coffee. Miss Q says he's out of this realm. Nikki New says she was going to ask that Joanne. Rainbow's gone house brownie, question mark. Miss Q says simulation. I don't know whether she's saying about us being because there's that theory that we're just literally like the Matrix and running in a simulation and that. And this is why they say we get these glitches in reality. Right, Joanne says, James says, Joanne, I think Bigfoot is Sasquatch and they are in the US and Yeti is in the Himalayas. Correct, James? I believe they use Sasquatch in Canada a lot as well, more so than Bigfoot. But I think, like British Columbia and Washington State and everything, because they're so close together, I think it's the same species, they just tend to use a different name for it. Joanne says, so if they are the same, how come they have different names? For the same reason, different things are called different things in different countries, Joanne. If you come over here, an American would tell you were sitting on your fanny. You wouldn't be telling the American you were sitting on your fanny. They literally are the same. I ain't saying they're necessarily the same species, but I believe they're all of the same family. Water portals, as above, so below. Different name all over the world, says Kat. Joanne says, sorry, I'm a bit thick. You're not thick, Joanne. All the questions you ask, they're normally the most challenging ones.
Yeah.
Jamie says, Abominable Snowman and Bigfoot are different breeds of the same thing. Yeah, I agree, Joanne. Jamie, sorry, I agree. I do agree with that. I think either that or they're just like coat variants. Because obviously things that live in the snow tend to be white and grey. It's more of an evolution thing, but I do believe that they are all of the same family, if not the same species. Or should I say genus, and being really scientific. Kat says, now you aren't, son. Now you ain't thick, Joanne. Julie says, James, I agree, but we do have Bigfoot in Australia too. Do you call it Bigfoot? Do you have Bigfoot and the Yowie, Julie, or is it just generally referred to as Yowie? Because I know most Australian programmes I've watched on the Bigfoot, they've always called it Yowie. Joanne B, a big hairy monkey, you see them every day in Scotland, lot. Love My Family says they're same as nature spirits. Sam says she thinks it's a rare big monkey. So Sammy's of the opinion of traditional Bigfoot believers then that they think it's one of the big primates. Well, they're split, the traditionalists, they're split between it being a large primate or a primitive Homo species. And there is a slight difference. Miss Q says, anyone follow mud fossil philosophy? Gotta be honest, can't say it's one I've ever heard of. Andy?
Say that again, please.
Mud fossil philosophy.
Oh, no, I've never heard of that.
Do you want to explain what that is in the chat, Miss Q? Because I've got to be honest, it's a term I've never encountered. Love My Family, that's what nature spirits leave you, presents like hagstones. Have you ever had an hagstone actually left you, Andy, or have you always discovered them?
I've always just like happened upon them.
You've come across, you've never had one left on the doorstep or nothing?
No, I would say that'd be amazing. But unfortunately not.
Right, Rainbow Supernatural Paranormal says, that was quite an interesting post, where's it gone? Come back. They eat our negative energies, reptilians. We have one living in our building and can feel his energy. Each and every, he makes his presence known to us, stomping up the stairwell, looking for lunch. Have you ever seen this giant reptile on the stairs, Rainbow? That's one of David Icke's theories, isn't it? You know, the New World Order is basically run by a bunch of shape-shifting lizards.
Yeah, yeah.
I've got to be honest, I ain't convinced on the shape-shifting bit. I do think it's possible there could be a race of aliens that are lizard-like, because, you know, had we not had a large rock drop on us, I presume the dinosaurs would have probably evolved into a reptilian form of us rather than us developing. So I do believe, you know, reptilian intelligence is possible, reptilian species, but as for shape-shifting ones, I've got to be honest, that is not an egg I put in my basket. I don't know about you, Andy.
I don't know, because I've listened to a lot of his stuff. Some of his theories are a bit contradictory, because like he says that they're invited in via a ritual.
Right.
And they're coming in interdimensionally. But then it takes on the whole sort of, you'll see eyes glitch and stuff, and you know, their predominant features all come through. I think that's what he means by shape-shifting.
Right, okay.
So that's a little bit more chewable, rather than something that can just morph human to, you know, whatever it wants. Or
see the problem I have got with it is reptiles, even if they evolve, even if you evolved a reptilian humanoid type thing, it would still have certain reptilian specifics like the jaws and stuff, which I think would be very hard to disguise on most people without literally shape-shifting. You know, I don't think they could just pull a rubber suit on and look like a human, because they couldn't, because of the bone structure of a reptile. It would be, I think it would just be too obvious. You know, because reptiles have the mouths all around their, you know, I have seen people who look like reptiles, as you know. You know, but I do think as disguising themselves as humans, for me, I don't think it's anatomically possible. I think there's just too many differences between reptile and primate for you to disguise one as the other.
Yeah.
With simple, you know, rubber suit or something. The bone structure would throw everything out of proportion. Joanne B says, so they travel through dimensions or portals. Andy?
I believe the kind of similar thing. Dimensional portals are just the openings.
You think the portal's just the opening to the other dimension?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Yeah.
They're basically just a doorway, the portal. The dimensions themselves, I think, are a place.
Yeah.
You know, Miss Q, Rainbow, say I'm onto you, Repti. Miss Q say I'm onto your reptile. Be interesting if they've ever actually seen it on the stairs. Stephen says then there is the abominable snowman. Yeah, it's pretty much the same as the Yeti. Another name for the Yeti, Stephen. Love my family. I'm really sorry, but there's a male spirit in your home. That's why the dog growls. Oh, he's more than welcome. Love my family. Believe me, the things I had happened in the house, in the old house, nothing that happens here would bother me in the slightest, unless it tries to start coffee poisoning me again, and then I might take a bit of an offence. Right. Oh, here's an interesting one off Jamie. What about dragons? They are worldwide in mythology. Andy, this is an interesting one.
It is, and my same theory stands as what it does with what I said earlier with Bigfoot.
Mm-hmm.
I believe they're a creature elemental realm, but you have got a worldwide coverage roughly of tales of dragons.
Yeah.
As well.
Yeah, and
many different cultures.
And what's interesting to note is European dragons are vastly different to Asian dragons. I believe even Australia, Aborigines had their own version of dragons, but the Asian ones tended to be more serpentine without wings, and then the European and American ones tend to be more of the smog-looking type, than they? Out of Lord of the Rings. But I believe that they're elemental. And I believe dragons are probably one of those elementals that come in all four elements. I think you probably get water dragons, earth dragons, fire dragons, and earth dragons. I don't know what your opinion is on that, Andy.
Well, they're relatively known as like connected to fire elementals, aren't they? Over, in our thing.
In our culture they are, but in Chinese they tend to be more air based.
Yeah. Well, they're like a bit of both, aren't they? Because they've got that very like coily body, haven't they, which is like fluent with air, but they've always got that flame still coming out at nostril and mouth usually, and yeah.
And also in our culture, a lot of them were like water based as well, with the sea serpents, and that was why they, when maps run out, they used to put things in the sea, say here be dragons, and on the land and stuff. So yeah, personally, Jamie, I think dragons can be of any element. I think there's probably earth and because there's definitely air in Asia, and there's water in Asia as well, and we've got fire and water in our culture, and I presume there are probably the earth versions of them as well, because there's all these stories about huge underground tunnelling worms, and I think that would probably cover, the earth type of dragon type of thing. Miss Q says Rainbow put positive messages on the stairs with chalk, so it's not graffiti. Maverick Brett, since I was once in Florida, I will tell you that the skunk ape is not Bigfoot. It is. Why is Jane apologising to me? It's all right, love my family. Oh, right, Maverick says it is a completely different species. We considered Bigfoot as Bigfoot or Sasquatch in Florida. See, the thing with Florida is, Andy, what a lot of people don't realise is, when they used to do the old Tarzan films.
Yeah.
Well, they filmed a lot of them in the Everglades, and then they let all the animals go.
All right.
They let the chimps and stuff go in the Everglades, so, there are quite a few animals in the Everglades that are not actually native to Florida,
right?
Which were released by the film companies when they were doing like the old Tarzan, and apparently they did when they filmed the African Queen as well. They released a lot of them. So, Joanne says, "Oh, dragons! I don't think we've discussed dragons here yet, Jamie. That's a cool question." So, what is everybody else's opinion on dragons then? If you want to put it in the chat, what you think they are. But I agree with Andy. I do think they're an elemental thing. I don't think they're actually residents on the earth full time, but I think they could come in here if they wanted to. It's also quite interesting that they were very significant in Norse mythology, weren't they, Andy?
Yeah.
They were very big in and they were seafarers. A lot of their dragons were like water dragons, weren't they?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think they used to have them up front at ships and stuff as well, like style heads and that carved on.
Yeah, and if you look at any of the Norse artwork, there's it's all dragon. Well, you got the world serpent as well, ain't you?
Mm-hmm.
That was considered like the biggest dragon that there was. Basically, constantly consumed itself and renewed. Love My Family says there is a face formation in the left corner. In the left corner of what? Love My Family?
That's just your logo.
Yeah. It's probably Kaya's poked her head under there.
Oh dear, can you imagine? Smiling Shiva.
Yeah, because her loves to green. Kaya will quite happily put in an appearance for you.
Oh dear.
I'm going down the what's it. Oh, it's rolled out again, Andy. I've got to go all the way back up here.
Oh, never.
Oh, I've just seen a question of James. This is going to be an interesting one in a minute as I'm going back up the list. Right. Okay. Julie's Australian, she says, we call it the Yowie, but it's same looking as the Bigfoot, Brett. Cheers for that, Julie. I thought, they refer to it mainly as the Yowie in Australia. Hi Ghost Patrol, welcome to the channel. Hello everyone, I'm new here, having a look at the new people to watch. Jamie says, if you want to see weird monkey type things, look into the Flores Forest Man. I'll have to look at that one, Jamie. That sounds quite interesting. Right, it's that thing that Miss Q was on about says he shows formations and correlated material to living muscles and veins and arteries. He shows huge dragon fossils like the side of Africa to the other side. Oh, I've never heard of any of that, Miss Q. I'll have to have a look at it. I'll have to Google it and see what comes up.
Sounds interesting.
Yeah. I'm always up for learning new stuff. Cat says it could be my reflection. It could be because it's glass, and I've got the big telly in front of me and stuff, so it could quite easily be me. Ghost Patrol, you know what they say about big feet, right? Yeah, you're right there, Ghost Patrol.
Oh dear.
Jamie Lee says Ghost Patrol, big socks.
Big socks, yeah. Big shoes.
Oh, we've got Dr. Sarah Wiseman, paranormal science researcher. Hi Brett, I enjoy your discussions. I'm watching in the background. I'm enjoying this. Thank you very much, Dr. Sarah.
What was that?
It was a lady I met on, I think it was one of ETA streams.
Oh, okay.
I believe, she'll correct me if I'm wrong, I believe she's a professor in, I think it's audio, sound and audio.
Oh, okay.
But she's got an interest in the paranormal, and I think she's doing some kind of research into the paranormal with audio and stuff like that. So,
Cool.
but I'm sure she'll correct me if I've got that wrong. Here we go, Andy. Brett and Andy, what's your thoughts on the theory that an hierarchy of super rich Satanists are controlling the world? You mean the Masons, James?
Tell us how it is.
Yeah. Basically, this is probably going to upset people. I do believe that the Masons are connected to things that a lot of people don't realise they are. They are what I believe sprang from the Knights Templar. They do use a lot of symbology in their methods. Whether they actually worship Satan himself, because I don't believe in Satan, but I ain't saying they don't worship him. Just because I don't believe in him, don't say somebody can't worship him. But I believe it's very much a possibility, and I ain't saying the Masons are leading it or are it, but I believe the Masons are definitely a part of it. Andy?
Yeah. Yeah. Right. I've got to say something about this because right. So, if you go into research of what they're actually worshipping, you'll find it's more the owl-headed god.
Yeah.
Right, which is Moloch. That's what you see at Bohemian Grove is the massive owl.
Yeah.
The owl symbolizations all over the place. It's on dollar bill and everything, you know. One of their big symbols. And in all honesty, right, that's the only thing the Fae have ever spoke about as being what we would classify as a true demon.
Okay.
Right? And Moloch basically needs a child sacrifice in the way we perceive it.
Right.
So that they do. I've seen like secret recordings people have done at Bohemian Grove and stuff, and they are reenacting the whole sacrificing a child kind of thing.
Right.
Now, when Faye spoke about it, because it were hard at Blue, it just come hard at Blue. And they did say it needed blood, and that's the entity they speak about that they can destroy their realm very easily, but it can't touch ours. So I kind of just had thoughts about it. I didn't look into it. I didn't want to ask because you never know who you're going to offend.
Yeah.
But I always wondered if there was some sort of connection to the stealing of children.
Right.
And the sacrifice to this entity that can damage them. Because let's face it, if they could take one of ours instead of offering their own, do you know what I mean?
See, there's also this thing that ties into all this theory is like celebrities and well-known people, where there are claims that, and even Lady Gaga has been dragged into it, believe it or not, that they claim that they sacrifice their soul, and I believe it's to Moloch and not the devil, for success or wealth or power or wherever they want to. And one of the things they have to do is craftily implement symbology and stuff into whatever they do. You know, because the one with Lady Gaga was apparently she used to wear it on her outfits and stuff.
Yeah.
Like the all-seeing eye and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
It is an interesting subject. I do believe that what we perceive as the governments are not the people who genuinely run the world. I do believe there is probably a worldwide shadow organisation above them, and I do believe that they are and have some very strange practices, and I do believe the Masons are somehow a part of it. So I'll probably upset anybody who's a Mason on the channel now, but there you go.
But this is it, you know, I know a few Masons, you know, old boy Masons that still go to lodge on that, and they go, oh, it's not like that. And it's
the thing is, Andy, I don't think
it's a pyramid system.
Yeah, because I've watched programmes where they don't actually reveal, because there's 30, is it 32 or 33?
33, I believe.
Levels, and I don't think they reveal the secrets until you hit the 32nd or something.
Yeah.
And I think, you've got to go right up through the levels before you're even aware of any of this stuff. It's
Yeah,
literally
exactly.
the last but one level. I think most people who go to the Masons just think I'm going to an old boys club, but I do think there's a lot of stuff behind the Masons in the higher tiers of worldwide Masonic organisation.
Hmm.
I do believe. Dr. Sarah Wiseman says, hello, Jace, hope you are well. Um, Miss Q, I think, saying Wales in Welsh. Joanne B says, welcome, Ghost Patrol. Kat says, lol, Jamie, I'm currently eating a spicy pork sausage thing, whatever floats your boat, Kat. Sam says, dragons are interesting. Sam, do you want to come up on the chat now? I'm sure we can find someone to make Sam laugh about, Andy.
Oh, easy.
I'll check whether it wants to come up, and if it does, I'll bring Sam into the chat. Dr. Sarah Wiseman, Paranormal Science, hello and welcome. That was Julie. Jamie says they are worldwide for sure. Yeah, I do believe there's a lot of dodgy practices in the Masons. I really do. I believe they existed alongside humans. Ghost Patrol, you all talk about very weird stuff. It's refreshing now. I only ever read about ghosts. Well, this is why I'm called Above Paranormal Ghost Patrol and not Above Ghost Hunting. I believe if you put yourself out there as a paranormal channel, I think you're duty bound to discuss all elements of the paranormal, not just ghosts. I don't know what your opinion is on that, Andy.
Yeah, I think it's good to talk about all sorts of stuff, innit?
Because
But logically.
there's a lot of things in the paranormal I don't believe in.
Yeah.
But I'll still discuss them with people who do. Like I have many an happy discussion with flat earthers. I've got to be honest.
Yeah.
And I am definitely not a flat earther, but I will happily discuss flat earth theories with people who believe in it. If that's what they want to believe in, that's what they want to believe in. But they've not done anything to convince me otherwise that the earth is flat yet.
Mm-hmm.
If they did, I'd happily accept it.
Oh, excuse me.
As well, Kath. I'll wait till that Sam answers about whether he wants to come up or not. Miss Q, Ghost Patrol, a wide topic of discussions is good for the brain. It is, Miss Q. Because most people who paranormal channels, they just talk ghosts, and I like talking about Bigfoot, and I like talking about the Bermuda Triangle, and I like talking about all sorts of spontaneous human combustion. You name it, I'll talk about it. I've read a lot of different paranormal theories over the years. Some of them I believe in, some of them I don't. Things like Hollow Earth theory and all that. Jane says, yes, I love my family, lol. Jamie Lee, do you not think the Loch Ness, I think it's called Ness, not Jess, Jamie, the Loch Ness Monster could once upon a time be a type of water dragon? Oh, there's an interesting one, Andy. What do you think of that while I roll a cigarette?
Oh, like a water dragon.
Mm-hmm.
It's food for thought, really, that one. It's interesting. Obviously we know some images have been faked.
Yeah.
And it's never really been 100% consistent to what it looks like. Some harder ones to disprove don't really look like the classic dinosaur.
No, it's more snake-like, the ones that are hard to disprove.
Yeah, because there's been all sorts of different looks of it years, hasn't there? Possible. I don't know.
My theory is, from what I know of Loch Ness, the only way I think there could be a large monster in that lake is if it's not there all the while. Now, I remember reading once that Loch Ness is apparently connected to the sea by some underwater tunnel. I don't know if it's true or not, because I've never been to Loch Ness, and And the other theory is that it is actually coming through some kind of time slip into the lake. I genuinely don't believe that monster is in the lake 24/7. because the fish surveys and stuff they've done, there just physically isn't enough food in that lake to support, you know, a Loch Ness monster type thing, unless it's browsing on plants all the while. But the interesting thing is, Andy, it has been seen on numerous times out of the loch. So, you know, if he's preying on sheep or something, you know, but surely I'd have thought somebody would have seen it by now if it was coming out of the loch on a regular basis.
Yeah. Well, there is that guy that's permanently camped out watching it, isn't there?
Yeah.
He's dedicated his life to.
When he makes all them little Nessie models, doesn't he? And sells them
Yeah. I'd love to go and have a chat with him.
Oh yeah, I would.
For a video as well. That'd be cool. That'd be really cool.
Because he's convinced of it, isn't he?
Oh yeah.
Right, Louise says she's going. Good night, Louise.
Good night.
Ghost Patrol says my ex-wife was a dragon, as was mine, Ghost Patrol.
Oh dear. Oh.
My ex-wife is probably the only thing close enough to convince me in demons. Hi Jackie, welcome to the chat. Stephen says welcome Ghost Patrol. Yes, little man's face. Love my family is obsessed with something in my coffee table, apparently. Miss Q, I had wonderful oats biscuits in the coffee shop near Loch Ness. I do want to go to Loch Ness. I think the two places I really want to go to over here now, one is Stonehenge and one is Loch Ness, and them at opposite ends of the bloody country.
That's a right road trip, that isn't it?
Yeah, ain't it just? Everybody's saying good night to Louise. Maverick. Andy. Has Sam said whether she wants to come on or not yet?
I've not seen.
Scroll down, Andy, because I'm having to read the chat from above. Maverick says, Andy, do you know that there isn't more than one type of Loch Ness monster? How do you know there isn't more than one type of Loch Ness monster? Well, we don't.
Yeah.
We don't, do we?
No, we don't at all.
The thing is, though, Maverick, they have actually done sonar studies and fish counts on Loch Ness, and leading marine biologists have estimated for a monster similar to the, well, I say monster, I should say animal, an animal similar to a plesiosaur, which is what a lot of people describe. The loch apparently would need a minimum of 23 separate animals to maintain an healthy population within the lake. The problem is, from the scanning and the sonar they've done, they know that the fish stocks in Loch Ness are considerably lower than most lakes of that size. Because of its depth and stuff, apparently Loch Ness has got very few fish and stuff in it compared to what most lakes of that size would. So they've proven that the lake, the loch itself, literally hasn't got enough fish stocks to support something like a plesiosaur. So unless it's a complete vegetarian, and it's, you know, but even then it would have to come into the shallows a lot to feed, and it would be seen a lot more. So
I think Sam's got Skype booted up.
Okay, I'll pull Sam in. Give me a second. Well, I will if I can find my Skype. There we go. Sam, where is your Sam? Add somebody to the chat. See, I keep threatening Jace has got to come on here one of the nights.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Yeah, I keep threatening him, he's got to come on. Just shout when you're in, Sam, and I'll swap the screen. We've gone quiet. Are you still there, Andy?
I am.
Is Sam here yet? Right, I'll carry on reading, Andy. Just tell me when Sam's here. Julie says hello, Becky. I believe she's here. Hi, Sam.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, Sam.
Let me swap scenes. Oh, Sam's obliterating it. Oh, it's me obliterating everybody. Can everybody still hear me? Because
Yeah.
for some reason my camera ain't showing. Let me drag myself onto there. Oh, I've just moved the entire thing. God, undo camera move. Right, I'm just going to have to rearrange all this a second. You'll have to bear with me. Let me sort Sam out first. Come on. Just carry on talking. Just read the questions out, Andy, because I can't see them at the moment while I do this.
Cats apparently have gone really quiet. Again.
Yeah, I'll boost all the audio up in a minute.
Right, cool.
Has Sam turned her camera on? You still there, Sam? Sam?
Oh, what's happening?
Let me check. Now Sam's dropped out. We'll have to wait for Sam to come back in. We should actually be back to volume now, I think. Say something, Andy.
Hello, 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 hello.
Hello, 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 hello. Can everybody hear us? We'll have to wait for Sam to come back in. I'll boost your sound back up a bit, Andy, so you should.
Alright, cool.
I need to ring Sam back by the looks of it. Right, let me call her back in. Here we go. She dropped out for some reason. Welcome back, Sam.
Hello, I don't know what happened there.
But you're here anyway, I can see you. Right, everybody, sorry about that, we're all back. For some reason it ain't showing my camera, but that don't matter as long as you can hear me.
Yeah, it's a pity because there's things kicking off here for some reason. I don't know what there's a REM pod behind me,
Right.
and it just keeps going off and that. There's one on the coffee table, it's going off as well.
Just blame Andy. It's Andy's fault.
Mm.
Whenever Andy's on a chat with me, there's always something happening, Sam. I'll just blame Andy for everything.
It's always my fault with REMs.
Yeah. Is everybody fine now?
Yep.
Who's ringing that REM?
That ringtone creeps me out.
There's no EMF around it or anything like that, so I don't know what it is. The temperature is 22 degrees in here.
Mm-hmm.
I've had the windows open and the fan is on behind me, and it's still really, really hot in here. I don't know what it is. It's kind of weird.
Well, we got action at Sam's, everybody.
Mm.
Can hear you with no echo, that's good. I've never been invited again, Joanne, after the to-do over OBs, over... Yes, Cat. You're a menace. Sammy's being very
menace.
Sammy's being very difficult tonight, lol. As long as everybody can hear now. So you should be able to hear Sam, Brett and Andy now, hopefully. Now everybody's in. Where is that REM pod, Sam?
It's on the sofa behind me here. Do you want me to turn it off?
No, leave it on. Leave it on.
Or do you want me to come out and come back in?
No, leave it on, because sometimes when we discuss questions, it happens with my REM bear. When I've got my REM bear on, sometimes it'll suddenly trigger when we're discussing various subjects, doesn't it, Andy?
Oh, yeah. So that's where I gather a lot of my knowledge.
Or the pictures was frozen, but it's back now. No, the REM pod is actually here.
There you go.
Can you see it on camera? Yeah.
Yeah, just about.
Let's see if I can change the camera angle here. Sorry.
Jackie says on another channel this morning they were saying they think dragons are an elemental.
who is of all the elements and crosses over to our realm. I believe that dragons can be of any element. Jackie, what's your opinion on dragons, Sam?
That's kind of strange because the Chinese, they're big into their dragons, and it's steeped in their culture, you know.
Mm-hmm.
The Chinese or the Japanese, can't remember which, but
I was
it's
convinced my
China.
ex-wife was one.
Yeah, big tradition in China, and it's on everything. It's on their interior decor and everything, and you know, it's hard. I don't know. I don't know if it's just a legend or has it got anything in history. I mean, like there has been dragons on cave
Oh, there you go
paintings,
again. Look, go on, carry on.
and there has been dragons on cave paintings and stuff like that. So it goes back a very long time, you know.
See,
Apparently, Marco Polo well documented dragons over that way,
yes, apparently he
and
did.
you've got to look at the fact that Chinese years there's only a dragon on it that's mythological. All the rest are real.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so there might be something to it.
Yeah.
There might be definitely something to it.
Jace says, Sam, you might be having visitors.
I think so. I move stuff around, and every time I move stuff around, I get strange knocking on the walls and stuff like that. So I don't know. Do you know?
Joanne says, hello, oh yes, it's the Hobgoblin here from 33, lol.
I nearly sprayed that. That was good timing.
Julie from Unearthly Wanderings says she believes that they can be any element. Yeah, I do, Julie. And do put the bop in the bop shoe, rap show wop. Okay, Miss Q. Love my family. It's a little lady, short grey hair in a set with a lot of... Oh, love my family seeing somebody somewhere else now. I don't know whether I've got a little old lady here or is it yours, Sam? I don't know. Miss Q says China and Japan. Don't be sorry, Joanne. Bless her, she's very short. Mud 80s. Oh, that must be the little old woman that love my family seen somewhere. But they are a very they are a very interesting subject, dragons, and it's one we have actually never discussed on the channel. But personally, I do believe they're elemental in nature. I really do. Have you had anything exciting happening, Sam, in your house during lockdown?
Not really. I've been doing a lot of research, outside of YouTube kind of thing. I have somebody helping me along with stuff, and I'm looking into direct radio voices and stuff like that. It's not stuff that I would record and put straight up onto YouTube because, there's a lot of where there's absolutely nothing. And then you have to break down the audio. You have to really break it down to get stuff out of it.
Yeah.
So it might be a little bit too sort of scientific. So I do. Hello. So
Ask if it's an hobgoblin, Sam. Go on.
Are you a hob?
Or do you want Andy to ask for you?
I think it's a sausage goblin.
Do you want to touch that again and just show us that you're here? I have an EMF detector not too far from it, and it's reading 0. No milligauss whatsoever. So I don't know what's coming in and out. It could be the internet. I don't know, but it's not showing any milligauss on the EMF detector, so I don't know what it is. Do you know?
I've no idea who Grandma is. So, bye-bye. If you're not going to be, we're having a serious discussion here. Right, Sam, I hope you get the visitors' biscuits out, Jay says. Joanne B says dragons are so interesting now. Andy, do you think all dragons fly? Sam? We'll start with Sam first. Sam, do you think all dragons fly?
In those paintings and in those pictures, they did have wings, you know, and they're by the drawings, they're not a typical bird as such.
Mm-hmm.
More sort of a bat-like wings and things like that. I don't know. It all the evidence goes towards some sort of an elemental because, a living creature breathing fire is kind of strange.
What's really strange is every time you talk about dragons, Sam, that thing goes off.
I thought it was the other one on the coffee table.
Well, one of them's going off every time every time you mention dragons, it goes off.
It can't be the internet. I mean, like the internet router is way out in the hallway.
Yeah.
And it usually doesn't affect it this far in. So I don't know what it is.
See, what's interesting about the Asian dragons is they don't actually have wings but fly. They're more serpent-like and they just glide through the air. I wouldn't think Earth elemental dragons would fly. I think they'd be more bound to the earth than the air. I think they'd be more of an underground tunneling type of thing. Like, there are reports of huge creatures underground that some people believe in.
A bit like a graboid off Tremors.
Yeah, pretty much so. There are people out there who claim that gravoids are actually based on a real entity type thing. So it does make you wonder. Love My Family says sorry she picks things up very easily and can contact people that have passed over. And they show themselves to her. That's fine if that's what you believe, Love My Family. Everybody's entitled to their own beliefs. Lily Bitch says, love My Family, don't apologise. If you have a gift, it's good to share it. Well, that's it. This is why I do all my tarot card readings for free. I don't charge people for them. If people want to hear them, I'll do them for them. Like I always tell people, I could be telling you a complete load of crap, but all I could tell you is what I'm getting off them cards at the moment. There's definitely something going on at your house, Sam.
Yeah, the atmosphere has changed in the last 2 days. And that's why I didn't come on Skype yesterday. I just wasn't feeling so good.
Mm-hmm.
And then just tapping on the wall and stuff like that. I don't know what it is. Don't know. There could be energies attached to some object in here. I mean, like, I have a lot of antique stuff, so I don't know.
Did I actually block her or just delete that message, Andy?
Oh, I think yeah, because it says she's unhidden now.
Oh, so I only meant to knock the grandma comment off.
Alright, yeah, because it did alt lot.
All right. Sorry, Miss Q. I only meant to delete the one comment. I do apologise. You are back. Sam, do you think you have a house brownie? Oh, there's an interesting one for you, Sam, off Joanne. Or do you think it might be an hobgoblin?
It's like this. I'm sort of. I don't know much about elementals, but believe that there is a possible existence of them. That I'm not always speaking to spirits, and that's why I say communicators.
Mm-hmm.
But my eyes have only been opened not that long ago by yourself and Andy, and things that have been on my mind since childhood.
Yeah.
So we don't have 100% proof that we're talking to spirits of dead people either, like.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm trying to keep my mind open on the thing, you know. So, you know, I sort of need to look into it more and study it more and stuff like that. But I stopped calling them spirits and I started calling them sort of communicators more, you know. So, you know, I'm trying to keep an open mind on it, you know.
Yeah. Julie says something has a hold of you there, Sam, or maybe several. Sam's probably hoping there's several got an hold of her right now.
Yeah, right beside where the rain pot is a cabinet with the Ireland haunted bridal doll, which came from the States and that, and it had been when it arrived, it caused a number of people in that house where it arrived to all of a sudden have very, very bad headaches. But I haven't really worked on that doll very much. I, you know, for a while had it down in the car, you know. But, you know, maybe there is energies attached to some of the objects here. I mean, like I have objects from all parts of the world. You know, I have an old radio from Italy and old sewing machines, old boxes, and all that kind of stuff, you know. And I even have a wartime sort of a clock made from an artillery shell.
Yeah, I've seen that one on one of your previous videos.
Yeah.
It's really interesting, that.
Yeah, but what happened was when some of the soldiers in the trenches, when they had a bit of spare time, they used to make stuff like that from spare bits and pieces lying around. It just kept them occupied, you know.
Yeah.
So that was an interesting piece.
There's some are definitely trying to get through there, Sam.
There's no Milligal readings, so I don't know there's no Milligal readings at all, so I don't know what it is.
Someone's trying to attract your attention. Just keep talking and we'll see when it pipes up every time, what topics it triggers on. James
Yeah.
says yes, Brett Polo actually wrote accounts of seeing dragon-type creatures. He said they were huge, so it does make you wonder. It is interesting because, you know, Marco Polo is considered, you know, the real deal for his exploration and stuff like that. You know, why would he risk his reputation on something that he hadn't actually witnessed himself? If you read everything else, you know, he discovered and reported on, there was nothing else fanciful, was there? Miss Q says, I thought I was in the naughty corner. No, sorry, I hit the wrong button. Andy just said to you, you've totally blocked Miss Q off the channel. I went back and checked and I had. Sorry, I do apologise.
Trigger happy.
Yeah. Love my...
That weird finger he's got.
It's because the chat scroll, because I'll keep, you know, I'll go down the chat in order as I'm hitting, but I keep catching things when I'm scrolling up and down. I thought it was... Love My Family says, plus objects can be haunted too. See, I've got a bit of a thing about that. I personally don't believe that objects are haunted. I believe that something may have an attachment to them, you know, or may be fond of them or some kind of link, but I don't think that anything possesses them as such. You know, I don't think, like Chucky, there's a spirit living inside a doll. I believe that, you know, there could be some kind of being out there that has an attachment to an item. I just don't personally believe they haunt it as such. Andy? See, the REM pod's agreeing with me.
The REM pod's agreeing with you. We'll just leave it at that.
So what's your opinion on that, Andy?
Go on, say it again. I'm just giving my own secret.
I don't believe beings, whether they be spirits, fae, you know, Uncle Tom Cobley and all, I don't believe that they physically haunt an object. I think they may have an attachment to it, but I don't think they physically haunt it.
No. Yeah, I agree with that.
Sam?
I believe more in the attachment. I don't believe that they would use that object as a host to have a body. But saying that, if spirits, if the spirit or the soul of the human body is a light anomaly, that goes into one of these objects, sometimes you get strange readings. I've had readings of dolls that have got no metal in them.
Mhm.
They're just basically cloth and porcelain.
Yeah, and
And
they shouldn't actually be transmitting any kind of EMF energy whatsoever, should they?
no, no, but I don't believe in. I've yet to witness a doll moving its hand or moving its head or moving around the house. There's the moving around the house bit. I just you see these older these Robert the doll and Annabelle the doll. There's something about those that just doesn't. It doesn't. I find it difficult to believe.
Mhm.
I believe in some cases there. I have one or two dolls here that people believed that it changed the energy in the room, and I asked them, "What do you feel about this doll?" And I held up the doll and I put her up close to them. They said, I'm freaked out.
Mhm.
So, could they associate something happening with that particular doll? Because the doll is in their head all the time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you know?
Yeah.
Which could be coincidences.
It
There's
could be
not.
psychological rather than paranormal.
That's basically what I'm trying to say. Yeah, but I do believe that there's something with some of these objects.
Mhm.
Do you
Yeah.
know? Um, are we ever going to get to the bottom of it? Probably not.
Mhm.
Do you
M-
know?
Miss Q says, "Love my family. Can you ask if the lady was a nun? If she's a blue nun, can you ask her to leave Sam's and come here?" And now my chat's rolled. I've got to make sure I don't block anybody now as I scroll this back up. Um, right, welcome back. Should always have an open mind to everything. Totally agree, Kat. Like I say, there is things that I personally don't believe in, but I wouldn't knock a person, if they say to me, I believe the Earth's solar, I personally don't. But if that's what they want to believe, that's up to them. And if they can give me proof that, you know, was convincing enough, I'll happily believe it. Simple as that. And I presume Sam and well, I know Andy's open-minded, and Sam, I presume they'd give you pretty much, the same sort of answer.
Hmm.
You know,
Yeah,
there you go. Look, that thing is it's like a confirmation every time we say things.
I know. Even though I'm wearing a pair of headphones.
Love my family says now she's more of a protector. Joanne B, see there goes Sam's detector again. Someone wants your attention, Sam. We had this the one night with my Rem Bear. We sat there. I sat there with it on all night, didn't we, Andy, in that stream?
Yeah,
And
yeah.
it was only when we started discussing that house brownie and the coffee episode, it started to go crazy and started, and it wouldn't shut up for ages. It just doing that low, constant beep on it for about 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually have a night vision on it at the moment, so we'll see how it goes.
Mhm.
Just to document it, just to document. But I find that activity it it hypes up and then it comes to a peak, and then you might have nothing for a number of months.
Yeah.
But this apartment is only 2 years old,
Yeah.
so it can't be the apartment. Basically, before the apartment was here, it was a field. I'm about a mile and a half from Earhart Park, where Amelia Earhart accidentally thought she was in Scotland and landed in a field down the road. And someday I hope to get into that museum, but this used to be a field. So
Right.
it could be that either I am bringing energy home, there's something attached to me as an energy, or energies are attracted to certain objects in
Yeah.
the house. You
See,
know?
I wouldn't think it's attached to the land because a lot of things attached to the land tend to be residual. And it's like a lot of, if people see Roman soldiers, they normally only see them from like the knees up because they're still walking along the level of the road that was there at the time. And obviously there's been more sediment since then, so roads tend to be higher. So
Yeah.
I highly doubt it to be something connected to the land 3 floors up. It's got to be something that's either attached to you or something that's got an attachment to something you've got in your general location. Miss Q says it might be your spirit guide, Sam.
Um, yeah, but when I do spirit box sessions, I don't. People have these beliefs and say, is my spirit guides around? Is my spirit team around? And I don't tend to do that. In fact, I don't even have a relationship with my communicators. I don't know who is what. And every time I do a spirit box session at the moment, it's like a new spirit box session.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still trying to find out what I'm communicating with, and there's not a familiarity each time,
Yeah.
you know.
Mm-hmm. Julie says the headaches and the tiredness kind of sound like energy drain or several entities. Just my thoughts. See, this is another thing we've discussed because me personally, I think if anything, anything spirit wise or anything fey wise or anything elemental, personally for me, I think they are pure energy. They wouldn't need external energy sources. I think because they're pure energy, I believe that they are self-fueling sort of thing. What's your opinion on that, Andy?
Yeah, like self-sustaining.
Yeah.
I've always gone down that route with it. A lot of people who deal with Fae in particular always ask to be zapped with a bit of their energy.
Mhm.
Rather than saying tech mine, and
Yeah. See,
they ask
go on.
for Fae to zap them to
Yeah.
frequency up with them a little bit better.
Yeah. See,
Um,
see, I've always seen the energy drain thing as not them using the energy, but maybe the energy they're producing cancels out the energy in a
yes.
battery. I think it's more that kind of effect. I personally don't believe they're sucking energy out like some kind of energy vampire. I
No.
think it may be that their energy is somehow cancelling out the energy, the electrical energy in a battery.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah,
and,
yeah.
and and that's why batteries suddenly go flat. What's your opinion on it, Sam?
We've had a couple of occasions where batteries went flat in locations, and one of
Mhm.
those was we. I done a I done 8 hours in a place called the Cooning Ghost House,
Mhm.
which was on a TV show about 10 years ago, and it was an extremely feared house. And first time I arrived there, I actually threw up on site.
Mhm.
Um, but the second time I went there, I went there with another group who didn't want to be filmed. So I went there early and I done my little bits of investigation and that.
Yeah.
We had a lot of equipment with us.
Mhm.
What we ended up doing is taking the equipment out of the house and putting them down in the car and taking up what we needed because batteries were just draining.
Yeah.
Uh, we ended up with nothing. I had cases and cases of equipment and no batteries left.
Yeah. I've had it
You
happen with
know,
I had it happen with the Rem Bear, but do you believe they're using the energy, or do you believe that their energy is cancelling the battery energy out?
it's possible that I don't specifically believe that they're taking the energy because if 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 our energy is released from our body when we die and we
Mhm.
float around the universe in light normally or whatever
In
or
Fireball
whatever.
XL5.
Yeah, that energy is an energy of itself. I
Yeah.
don't know if it needs other energy.
Mhm.
I can't. It's very hard to scientifically prove it too.
Mhm. Love My
You know,
Family says it's connected to a wooden box. Julie says they want to talk. They most certainly do, Julie. They ain't shut up since we've started.
wooden
Miss
box.
Miss
I
Q
love
says Go on.
I have a writing desk, I have a writing case right above the REM pod actually, and then I have 4 other boxes in that glass cabinet over there. You know, and one of them used to be some sort of tipping box. The last owner took the wax off it because he wanted to put his wacky backy in it. Yeah.
Which personally I think is a much better use for the box
Yeah.
than keeping a dibbock in it. Miss Q says, can you tell them they are not injured or suffering now, just so they know? Kat says, unlikely that a spirit guide would show itself in public, so to speak. They usually keep their communications with you private. This lady is Super Sing the Man. Ghost Patrol, is this old lady's name Mary? That is ringing the bell. I feel very old, lol. I feel old, very old. Interesting, Ghost Patrol. Miss Q says, laugh my ass off. Julie says she thinks so too, Lily. Yeah, because you very rarely hear of somebody's spirit guide popping up to somebody, appearing to somebody else. I've seen mediums who claim to, you know, let their spirit guides perform things like medical practices and stuff through their medium, but it's rare you hear of them actually appearing as such. Have you ever heard of a case, Andy?
What's that? A spirit guide appearing to somebody else?
Yeah, where they've like manifested for somebody else.
No, I don't think I have.
Have you, Sam?
Sorry, I missed that. I was actually looking at a question in the chat there. Can you repeat it again? Sorry.
Have you ever heard of a case where a spirit guide has actually appeared, you know, in the flesh to other people? So, well, in the flesh, so to speak.
No, not really. No. And the big question is, what is a spirit guide? You know?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know, what do we imagine a spirit guide is? So if we see an apparition, is that our spirit guide or is it just an apparition?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know, how do we know it's our spirit guide? Do you know?
It's alright, I'm just going down the what's it. Miss Q says, can you, where was it? About asking, Miss Q says, ask her what a nickname I called her was. I presume that's Miss Q asking Love My Life about this old lady. Love My Family says, not haunted, attached, it's like an energy, yeah. James has got an interesting one for us. Brett and Andy and Sam, what's your thoughts on the USS Eldridge? No, not your thoughts, Coco. The Philadelphia experiment. Do you think there's any truth in it, or do you think it's just a fabricated story? It's an interesting one because they claim that the crew, some of the crew were actually when it was all over, that some of the crew were actually embedded into the metal of the bulwarks of the ship. So, you know, there's never been any confirmation one way or the other. So I honestly don't know whether it's true or not. If the stories are to be believed, then something definitely happened. But as to whether it did or not, unless we could get some kind of military confirmation that they were indeed fused into the bulk of the ship, the bulkheads of the ship, then I can't really say one way or the other. Andy?
I'm exactly the same. I'd like to believe that maybe it happened, but you know, I don't know.
What's your opinion on the Philadelphia experiment, Sam?
Is that the ship where the people were found dead on it?
No, that was it was apparently they claimed it phased out of time and reality, didn't they, Andy, and then came back.
Yeah.
But when it came back, off, you know, everybody on it was like dead, and they were fused into the. They were actually fused into the ship, like you know, they'd moved around in the other reality, and then when they came back into this one, they were suddenly in the ship, literally embedded in it.
Half a body's hanging out of metal
Plates
plates
and
in
stuff,
walls, and weird stuff.
I seen some sort of a documentary where you know all the crew were found dead, and even the captain or the person controlling the ship was actually fused into the wheel of the ship. So it's hard. These things are very mysterious.
Hmm.
I don't know.
Sam says, can you ask your REM box if she played a song on the piano named Alley Cat, please? Ask your REM pot if whoever's there played a song called Alley Cat.
Did you ever play a song called Alley Cat? Alley Cat. Somebody has just suggested in the chat that it seems to be going off every 2 minutes, but there is a camera on it, so I will see if there's a pattern. We'll definitely look into that. It's a good actually.
See, this is one thing you'll find about Sam. She doesn't always jump to the conclusion that it's paranormal. She will look for the normal explanations first. And this is what anybody should do as a paranormal investigator. Always look for the normal explanation first rather than straight to the paranormal. I've got to go back up again. Julie says you should ask the buzzer questions, Brett and Sam. Ask if it can tap out the lottery numbers next week in Morse, Sam. That'll be useful.
I know.
We have done it sometimes, Julie, and Andy's done it quite a lot. And you're Andy, where we've been in the middle of something, and then you've asked either the REM bear or whatever a question to confirm what we're talking about. And like I say, we had it happen on one of my streams the one night when we'd literally been going for, what was it, about 3 hours, Andy? Not a peep out of the bear, and then as soon as that's less than 2 minutes, Sam. And then as soon as we started talking about my poisonous little house brownie, the bear just went crazy the entire time we were talking about it, and then it never beeped again the entire night. Miss Q, it does make you wonder. I read quite a bit of stuff about it. There's people who claim to have seen the ship disappear. Yeah, there's a lot of eyewitness accounts surrounding the ship, but well, not that the military ever would admit anything anyway, but they've always kept stum on it. But there was reports that it actually reappeared with them fused into the bulkhead. Miss Q says, it's true her da was in the Navy. Crewmen were melting into the deck. Yeah, that's right, Miss Q. That is what they said when it came. Because there are eyewitnesses who say the ship actually phased out of reality. It disappeared and returned. Yeah, James says, Miss Q, apparently a few of the crew merged into the ship. That's correct. While we're talking about ships, I'll ask you and Andy. Sam, I'll start with you, Sam. What do you think happened regarding the Mary Celeste?
That ship that actually had there was nobody left on board.
Yeah, they just found it adrift with nobody on. And
well, you have to look into the logical side of things. Somebody could have went overboard, and it could have been a bad rescue.
Mm-hmm.
You have to look down those kind of lines and stuff like that as well. But certainly a very, very mysterious sort of one.
Yeah, because I believe with the Mary Celeste that the captain's family were actually on the ship at the time.
That's
I think
right,
they'd actually got women on board as well. What's your opinion on it, Andy?
Well, I don't know, because lifeboat were missing, weren't it?
I don't know whether it was or whether it wasn't. I can't remember now.
Yeah, apparently lifeboat were missing. But I don't think it'd have held everybody.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
See,
'Cause-
what I found odd about it is food was still on the table and stuff, wasn't it?
yeah. Oh,
You
it
know,
were very on like a sudden something
yeah.
that
You know,
happened.
there was no signs the ship was sinking. They
Yeah.
obviously weren't in a storm or nothing. It was just a very odd occurrence. See, I've always found the Mary Celeste a really strange thing. Did they abandon the ship in a panic over something? You know, did they get? For all we know, they could have encountered something like they're recording in the Bermuda Triangle with really are high level EMF readings. Did they all
Yeah.
start hallucinating and think the ship was sinking?
Yeah,
Did a sea serpent attack them? You don't know.
Did the Kraken come?
Yeah. But I'd have thought, if it was something like the Kraken, it'd have pulled the mast off or something. Because apparently
Oh,
the ship was totally undamaged, wasn't it, when it was found? It was
yeah.
just deserted.
yeah. There's these theories about giant octopuses and giant squids and stuff.
Hmm.
You know, but the thing is, it doesn't happen. It doesn't happen very often where people go missing on ships.
Yeah.
There's been a couple of modern ones.
Hmm.
You know, can't remember the exact case, but there was a case where everybody went missing off a yacht. But the evidence sort of when the divers went down, they discovered that fishing line was tangled in the propeller of the boat.
Hmm.
So it could have been some sort of a bad fishing accident, and
Yeah.
they all ended up in the water,
Hmm.
and you know.
Miss Q says she's starting to delve into Tesla at the moment, and James says Tesla is really interested. He is. He was actually. He was actually.
Yeah, Nikola Tesla. Apparently, he was a lot more. He was a lot more intelligent than what's the other guy?
Edison.
Thomas Edison. Yes, Edison had a habit of stealing ideas of other people.
He certainly did.
Yeah.
Kat's wedged her tinfoil hat firmly on her head and said, Elon Musk is a visionary, but he is not all he seems. Would you like to elaborate on that, Kat? I'm interested on what you think he is. Please don't tell me he's a shape-shifting lizard, for God's sake. Elon Musk, Oak Musk. James Miscue, apparently while conducting his radio experiments, he supposedly picked up radio signals coming from outer space. Actually, SETI has picked up 2 signals from outer space. They're not naturally occurring. They're waiting for a repeat of it to try and confirm it. Right, Julie's going off the stream, guys, because it's early for her in Australia. You have a good night, Julie, and I'll see you on your next stream.
Goodbye, Julie.
Have a good night, Julie. Kat says, Sam, can I suggest you put a timer on? The REM appears to be going off every 2 minutes approximately.
Yeah, there's a night vision camera on it at the moment, and I definitely will. I'll look into that. I'll look into the timing of it. So I don't know. I don't know. We'll try. Going to try and find a logical explanation. It could be my internet, but it's highly unlikely.
Hmm.
You know.
Was it proving demons? My gran was Mary and it's my birthday. Please may I ask the spirit a question? I don't know which spirit you're referring to, Miss Q. I don't know, I don't think who's talking to a spirit? I'm a bit lost with that. You'll have to explain that one a bit for me, Miss Q. Miss Q, what was proving demons and happy birthday? Dope in a box, Sam mentioned. She wanted to know if it was proving demons, his box. Can Sam please ask if that's Chuck? Miss
Sure.
Q proving demons doesn't smoke weed. Okay. Joanne B. Miss Q, my mom was Mary and my mother's name was Mary. My nan was actually was known as Mary, but that wasn't her real name. And this is how I always ask if I deal with anybody who claims to be a medium speaking to my grandmother. I always ask them for my grandmother's proper name because my grandmother was never known by her proper name. She hated her proper name. She always went by her middle name. Miss Q. Wow, Joanne B. I was joking about proving demons in the box. I actually thought it was funny, Miss Q. I gotta be honest. Lily B. Yes, Joanne. I had a grandma Mary too. What people don't realise is, in one period in London in the 1800s, 75% of women were named Mary. Believe it or not. Fair enough, Miss Q. I wouldn't defend him. It just threw me when you pulled his name from, lol. She was joking about the box. Kat says good night to Julie. Jackie says see you, Jules. Mary Celeste is spooky, Jack. It's one of the the really interesting mysteries. Bit like Roanoke. What's your opinion? Go on, Andy.
You were breaking up then, and you sounded just like naughty old Cupid.
Oh, did I?
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Jack, it is for me. It's got to be alien abduction. Interesting theory, James. Einstein was asked what it was like to be the smartest man alive. He said, I don't know. Ask Tesla. I'm not allowed to talk about it, Brett. Brett, Andy and Sam read about Michael Reef, a soldier who was involved with Project Pegasus. He claims the military have had time travel equipment for ages and says he was teleported many times. Miss Q, yeah, it was a very popular name at the time. Talking about people disappearing, what are your opinions on Roanoke, Andy?
I don't know. It's a bit like the old ship scenario, isn't it? It's, I don't know. Because there's a fair few places it's happened to, isn't there?
Yeah, yeah. But
Over
see, what a lot of
history.
people don't realise is where the island they were on, south of them, there was an island called Roanoke.
Yeah.
So were they actually leaving a message to say that's where we've moved to? Because there was another tribe on that island. What's your opinion on it, Sam? Do you think the natives ate them, or do you think they actually moved somewhere else and blended in?
I think they moved somewhere else and just because the guy that went back to Britain or England to get the food. I mean, like he was gone. Was it 2 years or a
No,
year
it
or
was
something?
longer than that. It was either 5 or 7. Because apparently when he got back, there was an outbreak of the war or something, weren't it? And he hadn't got the money to get back.
He ran out of petrol.
It was about 5 or 7 years before he went back.
He ran out of diesel.
Yeah.
Right, so it says here that there were one word left carved into the fort's gatepost, which were Croatoan.
That's it, and that's the island
And
that was south of him.
And that was 50 miles to the south.
Yeah.
On an island known as Croatoan Island.
Yeah. And apparently there was a tribe on that island. There was a native tribe on that island who apparently were friendly with them lot at Roanoke. They were on friendly terms with them at the time.
So they didn't eat them or all like that?
Well, I don't think so. I think they actually blended in with the population. And apparently, when he got back, they didn't go as far as whatever it is. I can never pronounce it. Croatoan. He wanted to go, and then because of money constraints, they forced him to return back to England. So he never actually sailed the 50 miles to Croatoan to see if they were still there or not. And there has been reports of, like blue-eyed tribe members appearing through the generations there. So I think that's what happened to him.
Never get a cheap fucking game chair.
Grandpa agrees.
I was just going down slow. Every so often it has a mind of its own for some reason.
Joanne B says she thinks aliens got the crew of the Mary Celeste as well. Miss Q says Looking Glass. James, Joanne, I do as well. I can't see it being anything else. See, they could have gone over and been eaten by sharks. They could have just gone out in the lifeboat and then, got swamped by a wave and sunk and eaten by sharks.
Back in a minute.
Okay. They could have been abducted by aliens, but there's a lot of natural explanations before we get to alien abduction in my book.
Hadn't they got some sort of a chemical in the boat, in the ship, as cargo?
There was, yeah, I read somewhere about that. They were carrying something that caused hallucinations. But
Yeah,
see, they've recorded in the Bermuda Triangle really high level EMF fields, Sam, within the Bermuda Triangle, and I'm wondering, did they encounter something like that when they were out at sea? Because high EMF fields are known to cause hallucinations in people. Did they hallucinate that the boat was sinking or something and then got off it in a panic? You
yeah,
don't know, do you?
yeah. Apparently the full cargo was still on board when it was discovered. Like,
Yeah. The movie Becky says the movie The Storm of the Century by Stephen King tells you what happened in Roanoke. Kat says very interesting. It would be seen they actually went and lived with that tribe. The only tribe that they'd not had any troubles with. DNA testing has been done. It has shown that there are. Yeah, that's right, Kat. I think that's where they went. They went to Croatoa or whatever it's called. But he never had the money to actually get there to find out if they'd gone or not. Of the indigenous tribe and the British settlers. Yeah, they've also found remains of 17th century swords there as well, which shouldn't have actually been on the island unless the settlers got there. James, Brett, Andy and Sam, what are your thoughts on the photographs which apparently show that people have been back in time, and it shows you, say, a Victorian era photo with a modern person holding an iPhone? There are a lot of photos out there, James, that people claim are from people of the future where they say, that they're modernly dressed. But when they've been researched, it's been proven that there were actually clothes that looked like that in the time. There are other photos that do show quite strange things, like people holding mobile phones that I've got no explanation for. And I do believe that the case of the Gardens of Versailles, where the two ladies went back in time and actually witnessed a 17th century garden party, or whenever Marie Antoinette was around. I think it was 17th century or maybe 18th century. I do believe that that was a genuine case of a time slip. But as to the photos, I think some of them can actually be explained by clothes of the time that people think look too modern but actually did exist. But ones where they're holding strange objects that appear to be mobile phones and stuff, they are a little bit more intriguing. I've got to be honest. Sam?
yeah, the ones with the mobile phone, that's kind of weird because it seems like they're talking into it.
Yeah.
There was one other picture, and that was the one that was, to believe it's debunked. There was a crowd of people. The men had their bowler hats and their suits, and there was one guy with a woolly jumper and a pair of sunglasses on.
Mm-hmm.
You're probably aware of that picture.
Yeah, well, that one they've proven that actually what he's wearing was available at the time.
Yeah, he was just hip.
Yeah, he was very ahead of his time, very much
Yeah,
so. But apparently they have found with that picture that the clothing he was wearing was available in that time period. He was just like you say, very hip and modern at the time.
yeah.
Miss Q said this is the bomb of a chat room, a brainwave. It's always like this, Miss Q. We cover all aspects of the paranormal on here, and everybody's varying opinions on things. Are you back yet, Andy? I wanted to get Andy's opinion on the photographs. I'll ask him when he comes back. Kat says when he finally returned, he tried to travel to Croat, but the winds were the wrong direction. Yeah, and he run out of money, and time constraints meant he had to return to England before he got there. James says there was an old BBC programme done about when them two women went back in time. The Gardens of Versailles case is a really interesting one, James, because a lot of what they described wasn't actually public knowledge at wouldn't be available to Joe Blogs at the time. They were what they described was extremely accurate. for the time period that, as historians could work out. What's your opinion on that one, Sam? Are you aware of the case, the two women who travelled back in time into the gardens of Versailles and they witnessed a Marie Antoinette garden party?
Are they the ones that were driving in a car?
No, they were actually walking through the gardens of Versailles and they suddenly came upon this, what they first presumed was a costume party because they were all dressed in the powdered wigs and stuff. But then they, the people were, I don't think they actually acknowledged that they were there, the presence and stuff. And then they came back to present times. Quite a famous time slip case.
Wasn't aware of that one, but I remember of women driving in a car and having a similar experience.
There's quite a few time slip things with people travelling in vehicles and stuff.
Yeah. Then again, what is time?
hmm
Do you know when you think of it?
Yeah. See, we always presume that time is linear, but is it? Our understanding of physics is very limited at the moment.
Yeah, we're heading down the rabbit hole there, like.
hmm
Big time. I'm just going to close this door
Okay, no
to,
problem.
to see if it's my internet that's out in the hall that's causing this.
Yeah.
Are you causing that? Just a wee second.
Okay. Joanne says, James, the Victorians used to prop up their dead and take photos. I don't understand why. Yeah, books of the dead were really, really popular in Victorian times, Joanne. But the Victorians anyway were obsessed with death. It was when seances and parlor tricks and things became very, very popular. The thing about the coins actually dates back to the Greek beliefs of paying the ferryman to cross the River Styx, and I think that was just a carry on of that tradition. Have you ever seen any Book of the Dead pictures, Sam, where the Victorians used to photograph their dead as if they were still alive? Like they'd prop their deceased children up in the middle of the living ones to take photos and stuff.
Do you know where I first found out about them was a couple of months ago
hmm
on I think it was a building site where they had wood in the city here,
Yeah.
and they had this poster and it showed dead children. They did actually, and dead people. They would prop them up. See, getting family photographs was very, very expensive at the time.
Yeah.
And apparently they photographed people when they died. Because that's the only picture they could have of them and that.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
But
I've
they
looked.
used to pose them with all sitting in chairs, looking natural, and they'd pose a dead child with its siblings, so it looked like all three of them were sitting there alive and stuff.
Yeah,
So,
they're on a big, massive poster in the city, actually,
oh
in
God,
Derry City.
yeah,
In Derry City, um, very, very strange and very, very weird because they had an explanation of them underneath that they were dead and they were
mhm,
propped up, sort of thing. It's the people wanted to remember them, and
mhm,
they wanted that photograph to remember them when they were living, and that's the way they sort of done it. I think.
yeah,
Well,
I,
quite obviously they were dead.
yeah. They're quite creepy. Some photos in the Books of the Dead, they are quite
Yeah,
creepy.
yeah,
Yeah. James and Kat said the pennies were to pay the ferryman. That is true. I think it's a throwback to the River Styx and Greek mythology is where that all comes from. That you have to pay the ferryman to cross the River Styx into the land of the dead. Jinx James, she said. Can you imagine if the two fat ladies went back in time? Clarissa. James, I think there was one called Miss Morrison's Ghost, which was about two ladies travelling back in time. Yeah, the most famous one was the Gardens of Versailles when the two women went back through that. Miss Q says yes, it's creepy. Book of the Dead photographs are creepy. No problem, Jackie. You have a good day at work. And keep yourself safe while you're out there.
Bye, Jackie.
It's actually day for Jackie. Miss Q,
Alright.
you need to go. Birthday sausage time with Pete, my man. Hee hee hee. Well, go and have fun, Miss Q. And have as much fun with Pete and his sausage as you want, Miss Q. You have a good night. Sam, I'm gonna time that thing on my phone in a sec, because I don't think that is actually a regular time. I think it's
Well, I closed the door, so the signal from the internet router shouldn't affect. Well, it shouldn't affect it that far distance. And I should have EMF around here. Now, there's EMF close to the laptops, but over here there's nothing. The computer is unplugged. The screens are unplugged. You know, my telephone is here.
mm-hmm.
You know, off its stand and stuff like that. So I don't know. And I have an EMF detector there, and it's not reading anything. It's just reading very strange fluctuations, kind of in temperature
Yeah.
between 22 and between 21 and 23.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
I'm definitely gonna start timing that in a minute.
You know, I have it documented on a night vision camera there, so I can get the exact times. You know.
So I'm just reading my message off Julie. I think I've got one off. I think YouTube has sent me a message, Sam.
Or that would be to do with your 1,000
Yeah.
subscribers. Congratulations, by the way.
Yes, for those who don't know, we've actually crossed the 1,000 subs thing now. I have literally spent 3 days on visiting all the little paranormal channels and stuff, and talking to people, and just literally networking with everybody and anybody, Sam. And it has
Yeah.
finally paid off. I've managed to push the channel through. Finally got it to push through at last.
Yeah. Once you get past 1,000 subscribers, you tend to get a little bit more attention, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And once you have that paranormal attention, you start building a community around that. Now you have a good community as it is,
Yeah.
but that community can grow. You know, and
Yeah.
you know, for me, I don't want a huge amount of subscribers. I like the community,
Mm-hmm.
nice and small, that you can communicate with everybody. But you know, it's great. It's great to achieve that mark. You know. And if you wanted to do a live stream when you're out and about on your phone, you can do that.
Yeah,
You get
this is what I wanted to cross the 1,000 for, Sam, was to go out and just use my phone to live stream rather than having to use the Streamlabs app while I'm out.
yeah, and you know, then you have your community. You know, like a little message thing. You get
Mm-hmm.
the little community thing, and then of course you've got your monetization and super chat and stuff like that. You know.
Well, to be honest with you, I ain't expecting that to come on for a while yet anyway. Because,
It, yeah, it takes a couple of weeks.
and I think with all what's going on in the world at the moment, I think that it's going to take
By
even
the end
longer
of the
anyway.
year.
Yeah.
By the end of the year before they sort them things out.
Yeah. I think it will, Andy. As long as they turn my outside streaming on, I don't care.
I think that's auto. Maybe.
Is it?
I think it's automated that, yeah. I'll give it a trial run.
Yeah. Joanne B says, "Do I get a prize for being with you a long time? I can happily send you a picture of my naked bottom if you want, Joanne." James says, "You have a good night, Miss Q." James says, "Brett, have you seen an old BBC programme called Robin Redbreast from 1970? It's about paganism in a rural community, and it's absolutely brilliant." I haven't actually. James, have you heard of it, Andy?
I don't know.
Just have to look it up, see if I can find it anywhere.
So what we call Robin Redbreast.
Robin Redbreast. Cat says Wi-Fi can travel through doors. It certainly can, Cat. James says congratulations. Thank you very much. Joanne says congratulations. Cat says congratulations. Jane says congratulations. Yeah. Honestly, if you just go out, you know, because there's these little paranormal channels, they're all streaming at different times. If you go on them and just talk to the people on there and just talk general paranormal with them, it's amazing how many people you'll network with. Lily, no, it's not on Netflix. It may be on Amazon. I know you can order it from Amazon, but just type in Robin Redbreast 1970. Directed by James McTaggart. That'll be an interesting one to think. Andy, now you're back.
Yeah.
What is your opinion on these photographs where they appear to show, you know, like people in the past from the present? Or
In what respect? In like a time travel thing?
yeah, because you got that famous one that people thought, you know, he looked too modern for the time, but it's turned out that when they've researched it, the clothes were actually available at that time.
Was that in JFK lineup in Crowd? They got shot.
Yes, that's another one.
I don't know. I've had a look at them before because some like that show like weird phones and stuff, isn't there? But
Yeah. See, me and Sam said the ones where they show them like on mobile phones, I think they're quite intriguing, and I've got no explanation for them. But I think a lot of them where they think the people are modern dressed, you know, a lot of them have been proven to be wearing contemporary clothes. It's just that you know they were very fashionable at the time rather than what was standardly wore.
yeah.
Do you like my pixie, Andy?
Oh, they'll show Andy a pixie. He ain't got. He's gonna want it, Sam. Where is it?
It's on top of microphone here.
Oh, don't encourage him. He's got enough pixies and bloody fae in the house as it is.
You gotta have a pixie.
Yeah, I haven't got a pixie here. I've been to Cornwall loads of times and never bought a pixie. I'm gonna have to get one next time I go.
It's one of them brass ones.
Yeah, I saw loads of them in Cornwall. I'm gonna have to have a look in the antique shops and the charity shops because sometimes you can pick them up there, can't you, Andy?
Yeah. I get mine from a lot of like antique shops.
See, you would have loved my neighbour when I was a kid, Andy. His garden was literally full of garden gnomes. He used to make his own. He used to make his own moulds, plaster moulds and stuff. You know, latex moulds, and cast all his own gnomes in plaster. His garden was literally full of them as a kid. You'd have loved it. Honestly, you'd have been enchanted with his garden. You'd have come back with all his gnomes.
Yeah, my next door neighbour was the same as well when I was living in Donegal.
Yeah, James, if you send me a message on the Facebook, on the Above Paranormal Facebook page, I can actually send you my address, and that'd be really appreciated, and then I can do Andy a copy of it then. James says he's willing to send me a copy through the post, Andy.
Of what, sorry?
Of that Robin Redbreast.
All right, cool.
So then I can copy it and do you a copy.
Yeah, sounds.
We shouldn't be admitting doing this live on YouTube. I'll borrow you my copy, Andy.
Cool.
So yeah, James, if you just send me a message through the Above Paranormal YouTube group, I can send it. I can message you back through there. I'll just wait for James to respond on that one. How many fae do you think you've actually got in your house now, Andy?
What? Collectibles?
Yeah. How many thousands do you think are in there?
Well, my last count on my gnome collection were about 75.
Hmm.
Um, Believe it or not, I ain't got many fairies. I've only got like 4. Oh no, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. I've got 9 fairies. 10. I've just seen another one. So I've got like 70 odd gnomes, 10 fairies, probably about 20 to 30 pixies, and 4 trolls.
Oh, you're as bad as Sam with all the creepy dollies.
Yeah.
I actually was into mermaids, and I actually was a sculptor, and I have some of the sculptures here actually. If you want to
Oh,
have
that's
a
cool.
look at them, I'll just get some. I'll be back in a wee second.
See, Sam was into the Fae without even realising it.
Oh, this is it.
I actually have a painting of a fairy, but I can't get it at the moment. But I can show it to you in the next stream.
Hmm.
But everything that I've done was actually to do with water.
Yeah, that's
But I'll be back.
I wonder if you were influenced to do that, Sam.
I don't know. It kind of got me out of a state of mind at the time.
I'm just reading Joanne B's cheeky comment here. I'll read it out in a minute.
I'll just go and get one.
Okay, go. It says, James, Brett and I had a date and I was to pick him up at his address and he gave me a P.O. box address and stood me up. Oh, God. Cheers, James. That's much appreciated. See, it's like Sam's dolls, Andy's. I ain't a big fan of dolls at all. But that Robert doll, there's just something about that doll that really unnerves me. It freaks me out. I'm really uncomfortable with that Robert doll.
Right.
There's just an aura on that doll. They're even looking at it. It just makes my skin creep. I'm just going to stretch Sam bigger, Andy, so we can
Yeah, cool.
see her a bit better. Okay, Sam, I've made you a bit bigger on the screen.
All right. This is kind of a mermaid. It's more humanoid than anything like that. But that was done on fire and clay. If you can see it.
Yeah.
So that's a smaller. That's a smaller one.
See, I've never tried sculpting. We did pottery at school, and I weren't very good at it.
That's another one.
She's got
Done.
boobies.
Yeah, I was big into. I was big.
You was big into boobies at the time, Sam.
Yeah. But yeah, it's kind of got a mermaid kind of a. She's got a nice ass.
Oh yeah. Oh, let's have a look. All right, yeah.
Yeah.
I actually like that.
Do you know, it's got a nice mystical theme to it. And this one is very interesting, but there's a couple of items on it as well.
Oh, I like that, Sam.
There's an anchor there. What else is there? There's a jug. There's some fruit, and there's a some sort of a bowl along there.
I do like that.
Do you know, that took ages.
Really cool.
But it's one of my prized possessions, that one.
An old batch of naughty nymphs.
But you can see I was big into my boobs. And then I've done one in ordinary clay, and this is the mermaid one. And that actually is a pond that has my keys in it, but you can put water in
Oh,
it.
I'd stick one of them little water features in there.
Yeah, there's a little air tube at the back, and I just push. You can connect air into it, and it looks like the water is flowing.
And I'll tell you what's really interesting. You've actually depicted mermaids as they should be depicted without bras on.
Yeah.
You know, because in their natural form they don't wear bras, do they, Andy?
No.
Seen a lot of people would have put a couple of shells on them. So you've actually depicted them correctly as they should be.
Yeah, well, they are wearing earrings, but yeah, that's what I was into in 2008. That's it. And I have some pictures, but they're not easily got at the moment. I'll show them to you another time, you know.
Hmm.
But that was what I was into at the time.
It's really interesting that you picked an elemental subject.
Yeah, yeah, and this I have a picture that I have to sort of correct because the arms are wrong, but it's quite beautiful. It's a fairy down by water, and there's a butterfly, and the butterfly is very big
Yeah.
to make the fairy look kind of small. I don't know. It put me into a mind of do you know when you have troubles in your life or whatever,
Yeah.
and you're trying to escape that them troubles?
I used to do that with my glass engraving, so
Yeah, your mind kind of goes into this fantasy world
yeah.
where these things exist and you live happily ever after kind of thing. And I don't know, it was kind of a healing thing for me, to try and change my own life.
Yeah.
Because
Shadow Time says they must thinks them modern mermaids they burn the shells instead.
uh,
But they were really good, Sam. I
Yeah,
like them.
definitely.
yeah, I have another one there. It's a couple of mermaids and a dolphin. Do you
Oh,
know?
it's a good job, Dorothy. I'd be getting all excited now. I think has gone off now. As big into dolphins is Dorothy.
Yeah.
Have you ever done any sculpting, Andy?
Oh, yes. I used to be a costume maker, remember?
Yeah, I wondered whether you'd actually done anything like that though.
Yeah, well, every, like mask
Yeah.
has all got to be hand sculpted out of clay.
Mm,
Then you plaster cast it,
yeah.
split your mould, which absolutely destroys your sculpture. Then you peel out clay away, fasten your mould together, and then you mix it with either silicone or latex, and you get your mask. So, hand sculpting like characters from film and that I can do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, it's something I've never. I love my glass engraving. I get sucked into that, but clay I've never been any good with. Never been any good with clay.
Right.
Yeah, I can't do the. I had more sculptures of the ordinary clay where you don't fire it, but if you go into it, I was living in a damp house, and actually the clay starts to get crumbly in that. So
Hmm.
and now I used to be in an art school, and in the art school there was kiln, and the kiln is now sold. And I'm friends with the guy who owned the kiln, but he actually sold it, so I can't actually use it. So, I could make the sculptures here go over to Letterkenny and fire them, but he actually sold it. So
Hmm.
I can't really go back into it again.
It's a shame.
Yeah, but I don't know. Maybe I'll go back into it, but it helped me out at the time.
Hmm.
It helped me out of the state of mind I was in. I had a lot of problems growing up and that.
Hmm.
And I actually am not the person. I'm not the person now that I was then.
Yeah.
You know.
Mind you, I don't think any of us am, Sam, to be
Yeah.
honest with
Yeah.
you. Joanne's is one for you, Andy. A famous Joanne B question. Andy, do you think the Pegasus really was in existence in the past?
Not on our level, no. No. I think it comes under realms at unicorn and all that, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Pegasus is a funny one for me. I think it's firmly in the realms of Greek mythology, to me. Um, I ain't saying it ain't based on something that they may have seen, but I don't think it was. I don't think it was a kelpie. It may have been something that was witnessed in an elemental nature, but I don't think it was like literally a winged horse. I think it was probably something that they beautified it into a winged horse more so than it actually being a winged horse itself. Because let's be honest, phase and elementals ain't necessarily good looking. They ain't though, am they, Andy? Let's be honest.
They're a bit grisly.
Yeah. And I think that it took the nearest, association of what they thought it was and, make it into a beautiful winged horse when it was probably some, really horrible looking thing that wouldn't have been so attractive on statues.
Yeah.
Becky just asked me, have I ever tried FIMO clay that you put in the oven? I actually haven't but I might try it.
It's not bad, Sam. It's quite good.
Right. And is it good and solid when it comes out of the oven, like?
Oh, yeah. You bake it, obviously, dependent on your size. But absolutely great. And it's really good to paint as well.
You normally get it good and solid to put it in the oven, Sam.
I'm going to send you a picture to share, Brett.
Right, okay. Am I
It's
gonna
actually...
am I gonna regret doing this?
No, it's quite on topic. So what we were speaking about first off on chat.
Okay.
But it's one of the costumes I built a couple of years ago, and it's me actually inside it,
Right.
and it were all done from hand, all hand, sculpted everything. So I
Now,
wish I can't.
bear in mind, people, this is conditional of my Facebook working because my Facebook's been playing up on the computer tonight for some reason.
Oh shit! Yeah.
Hang on, let me see if I can get it up. Let me see if I can activate Facebook. Yes, Facebook's working at the moment, Andy.
Oh, cool. Right, I'm just sending it over now. I kind of wish I still had this because we could have had fun with it. To be fair.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, it's my file system now that's being dodgy. Right, here we go.
I'm just waiting for it to come through, folks, and then I'll put it on. Did you make that?
Yeah.
Jesus.
I'm on a delay, so I won't see it for a couple of minutes.
Yeah, that was one of my most famous builds that I did. It got a lot of attention.
Yeah, I ain't surprised. Right, folks, I'm just going to put it up for you in a sec. Let me get back into... This is, honestly, Sam, this is really impressive, I've got to be honest. And it's very appropriate to the channel as well. Oh, I've just got to find it now, hang on.
This is like show off your art night.
I think it's a good idea showing off art.
Yeah.
Art is a form of magic.
Yeah, it's certainly... This is really impressive, though. I've got to be honest. Well, it will be when I find it. it is. I need to sort all my what's-its out again. Yeah. There you go, folks. Let me know when it comes up. That is really impressive, Andy.
Cheers.
Joanne, I've had real bad problems with my Facebook all day. Joanne says they look gorgeous. Has it come up yet, Andy?
Not for me, not this end.
It's up on the screen now.
Oh, is it? Okay, cool. Right, yeah, it's just popped up.
Are you serious?
Yeah. That is me actually inside that suit as well.
Bigfoot and the Andersons.
Gee, Mac.
Yeah, it went down really well.
I ain't surprised.
I were actually on stilts inside it. We're about just short of 8 foot. I mean, as you can see, I'm leaning a little bit, but
Becky says you nearly passed out in it.
I did. About 50 people trapped me in a corner, and stilts. You know, like if you think of wearing high heels,
Yeah.
it was
You're used to that, Andy.
It was same principle, but my toes were actually pointed completely forwards, so I had no balance at all. And that was so I could hide my feet inside the calf muscles at legs.
Joanne says you really suit the blonde hair, Andy.
Oh, cheers. I think me and that cheeky little one go well together. But yeah, they trapped me in a corner, and I'd gone into this like this checking mode, you know, we eat.
Yeah.
And I kind of just leaned up against the table, and they were all just constantly snapping photos, and I had to shout at everybody to move out of the way. And I just had to walk off, you know, and rip head off because I was sweating that much. I nearly passed out.
Am I all right to use that as the thumbnail?
Yeah, of course.
I'm gonna put that on the thumbnail tomorrow.
All right, cool. But
That looks exactly like the one in the film.
It does.
I can't remember the name of the film, but it looks exactly.
Harriet Anderson's. Yeah, Harriet Anderson.
That's right. Yeah.
But did you ever see TV show version of it? Because they got a different actor to play.
No, I don't think I did. I only saw the film.
Right. There's a 2 seasons TV series, and they got Bruce Davison to play George Henderson in it.
Yeah.
And he were at one of the shows that I went to with that dressed in that, and he walked right corner and he goes, Harry! He goes, it's been too long, and he ran up and threw his arms around me, and everybody were like, oh my god, that is so beautiful. And they're all taking photos, like. But yeah, it was cool. I really enjoyed it. But me being me, I was cheeky. You know them red roses in your hand?
Yeah.
Old lady's got a red rose.
Oh.
Gee. That is impressive now, I have to say.
Yeah.
Really, really good.
Thank you very much.
Do you know, you should do that again, and we could have a lot of fun with that, doing a spoof video.
Can you imagine that, walking through Woodwell Woods?
Yeah, we could do a proper spoof video in Woodwell with that. We really could.
Wait till a certain paranormal investigator that we all know that's in the public eye go investigate. That would be so. That'd be so funny.
Yeah.
Go up and say hello to him and everything. And see him running down.
Throw apples at his head.
And he roll down at him. Who wants a shout out?
Oh dear.
That is absolutely amazing. We could have done a right spoof movie with that in Wormwell.
Oh, aye, definitely. I've got to admit, I was at top of my game when I was building, like, but I don't do it anymore. It just took that much out of me.
What happened to it?
What, that suit? I sold it. Currently in Chesterfield. A guy. Yeah. A guy wears it regular. Oh, the
Brilliant.
thing is, it was made to fit me, so and he's a skinny runt and he looks a bit weird inside it.
Has to pad it.
Yeah, basically.
But that is absolutely brilliant. Well, right, guys, I think I'm going to call it a night with the stream because it's 1 o'clock. We've actually done a 4-hour stream tonight, guys.
Wow.
Thanks to you, everybody, for attending again. It's been a brilliant night. I don't know what topic we're going to do Friday, so it's going to be a surprise. But I'll put some up midweek after I've had you all right to come on Friday as well, Sam?
Yeah.
You're all right, and you're Andy.
Yeah, fine.
Well, we'll pick some that we can all talk about or laugh at Sam about, one or the other. We normally do, but we'll get it all sorted. Thank you again for coming on. Thank you to Andy.
No worries.
He is a big help to this channel. I couldn't do any of this without him, and it's always nice to have Sam on with her. Sam's wonderful little opinions on certain things are always illuminating. They really are.